Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV, Dawn Trail. I'm Luce, and last time I caught up on the 7.2 story, but now we've got the 7.3 story to do, and yeah, as you can see, I decided to update my glam a little. It's not perfect, since this isn't exactly how a weapon in Expedition 33 would look, but we're up against someone with very strange, unusual technology. I'd best use my own strange and unusual technology that he can't possibly know. Head into the back rooms. Sure, I'll just smack the entity while I'm in there. Right. Yeah, I don't like the chat block and character being together, but like I said, I gotta be careful about things that could show up here. Shale. Targeted tragedy. Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Coda, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas. We'd like you to lend your perspective on the conversation. You got it. Sorry to drag into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, let's discuss the state of machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, it nevertheless resulted in a number of injuries and deaths. Oh, but you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, correct? Right, no additional reports of logs as far as I know. That's good news. The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was able to make them give up weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. Yeah, so whoever's doing this is above the king and queen, and there's only one person we know of who could possibly have that. King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that he can override that with such a punity? Calyx. He lived the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Yeah, we're getting a recap here. I guess since we're recapping anyways, I do like how the last one has been taking steps to improve the writing. Wilclamot took charge and actually handled her leadership role in a good way. Yeah. And it did address some things that were only briefly glossed over before, like the dangers of over-reliance technology and how the people of Solution 9 have been completely emotionally growth has been stunted because they have no experience with having to deal with heavy concepts like death before, which is a problem. Lest you forget, he was known for... Though the big thing there is we needed more of that in the main story when it first launched, because that would have been something pretty nice, but they put all that to the side for the main things they wanted to focus on, which was not necessarily to its benefit, since I ended up leaving with mixed feelings in the end. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant few years to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion to an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seem notable enough. Exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core kiss systems, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? Yeah, this is the big thing I wondered last for. Was the accidents to kill the people with the Neos machines, or to kill anyone who doesn't have them? I do not pretend to fully understand his motivations, only that he appears incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution requires us to forsake bodies of flesh for eternal preservation. We already know how he's employed some sort of simulant to convince the Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Yeah, that is something. I'm kind of disappointed that he kind of just had the simulant Sphene vanish once she said her job was over. And I do get why. The point is Calyx throws away anything once he feels it is no longer useful, regardless of any potential use after. Yeah. Which is absolutely wasteful in many ways, but I was kind of, truth be told, I was kind of hoping we'd actually fight. If they're going to, I thought if they're going to do another copy here, they should be, have us go against an actual army of Sphenes. Although I suppose we still could have that. Ooh, that would be nasty, though. After all, if she's a robot, he can make as many copies of her as he damn well pleases. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandra's endless conversion on survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register through the Neo-Regulators. But this is only one part of his greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic, he'll be able to draw ether from reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. Yeah, he's not drawing that from getting this out of my hands. If we mean to foil his schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down then. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal and found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover the slightest trace of his activities. Given more time, though, I'm sure we can sniff him out. I'll help you! While Gululja and Shale are working on that, I'm gonna take a look around town. I want to make sure that no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Sounds good to me. Well, count me in. Graha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the areas, the deep levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks to you two, I appreciate the company. I'll have to speak with the city administrators about bringing the Landsguard in. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are choosing to move to Tuliolol. Alphino and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover the sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Coda's group if you'll have me. Oh dang, if we complete this story and Sphene is unlocked as a trust, that'd be nice. The more mouths to ask question, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you, I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods and Calyx, then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Sounds good to me. Good luck with your patrol, and take your time. We can do without Geode until you're done with the old spot. Sorry, I think I've just internalized better manners. Talking with Geode brings back all the old habits. I wish you could grow up faster, then I'd be much more I could do when I'm bigger like you. Ooh, that's an idea for our next trust. Gululja as Viper. Not grown up, just as he is right here, but with twin blades. There's no way you could possibly do worse than your average Viper from the Duty Finder. Let's not even lie. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. I'll do the utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. Just because you're not royalty anymore doesn't change that you can still do a lot to help. Excellent. Oh, sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started then? Are you alright, Geode? We have to figure out some stuff with people, but you matter too. Me? Well, I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment of mortality has once again become an unavoidable fact of life, and they're greeted with an outbreak of a bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative a very serious consideration. Indeed, I do not blame them for that. It's only natural such thoughts would come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. Yeah, whatever his goal is with those endless, he specifically requires people to accept it, and part of this act seems at the very least be to force them to act when they otherwise might have hesitated. Which is why I'm wondering if maybe he's going to use them to devour those endless and turn himself into an artificial god, like Queen Eternal did. That's about the only way he could possibly stand a chance against us, after all. No one, not even Calyx, could dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices of this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It's what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find people living and laughing beneath the Alexandrian banner. Surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it. You deserve to be happy. Oh, well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared just for that eventuality. Is that a grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant I should learn to protect the things important to me. Ah, so she's become a summoner again. I was fortunate enough to tutor me in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Oh, she's probably an arcanist right now, but the story might allow her to upgrade to a proper summoner. After all, I doubt they're going to make entirely new summons animations just for her. In that case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. That would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. Well, I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side, 8 of the recreation zone then. Coda and I will take the east. Very well, we shall enter patrol in the plaza just past the True View, and I shall await you there. Alright, I'd best grab a sip of my drink here. Alright, I'd best grab... Oh my, wow, that's loud. Wow, that's loud. Alright, that should be a little better. Alright, that should be a little better. Or maybe not. Wow. As you can see, I'm only the most professional of streamer. Doing this during a year when I clearly should have done it before. I guess this will have to do for now. I guess this will have to do. That's not working. Weird. Alright, let's just keep going. Let's do the rounds then. See what's what, chat with people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully, that'll learn us a tidbit of what we didn't know before. Ah, now he's accompanying me. Disquieted citizen. Finally got my hands on a neo-regulator and then came this close to crashing to hover cargo. The day I become an endless can't soon enough. I can only hope I'll live that long. I'm guessing you would have preferred to go Speen and Kryl, but I'm afraid you're stuck with me. I grow on people, I promise. Somber citizen. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just don't know if it's gonna happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Speen said so. Discuss the true here. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I'd work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, you'd have to scrape me off the street in the morning. Or afternoon. Worst I ever got was that I should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I met Shale, though I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. I get the sense she probably hasn't. grieving citizen. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. It's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when the machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know it's not so strange these days, but he never bothered. He was at peace with the idea. I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Huh. I guess this is gonna have to be the thing that gets me to consider a new headset. Wow. I did not expect that. Alright, well, hopefully adjusting the if you need to, you can adjust the volume here for the stream here. And you won't have to do it for others. We'll have to see how that goes. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000, only 3,800 have already been filled. Over 3,800. If you're still hesitant, not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to be very ugly. Coda, a word? I feel like there's a new factor in these stories we've heard, one that we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. There's gonna fights breaking out over these regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 is registered as owned, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? Yeah, people still deathly afraid's fine, but the victim was not wearing a regulator. This is what I was wondering about. That's it. The vast majority of our residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally care about. When the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people are going without them. We need to look in the casualties and check whether or not they were equipped. Let's ask around the streets. It was pretty chaotic at the time. We'll find eyewitnesses who can confirm if this is a pattern or not. Alright, so it's good to know I was asking a question that was in fact relevant. We didn't ask who the victims were. They did make a point of noting before that one of the people shot was someone that specifically told his girlfriend, sister, whoever, that he wasn't going to wear a regulator, and he was shot. It's just that at the time I didn't know if that was relevant, because I wasn't sure if the machine meant to shoot the person with the regulator and he took the bullet for them, or if he himself was the target. Discuss the hover cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Alright, that's for the Arcadian Phase 2. That was during the .2 patch, and I missed that, unfortunately. I'll worry about it later, though. Unarmed sentry. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are processing reports from affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone again? You must have some estimates on hand? Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87. Casualties, 19. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Now that is itself a huge detail. So indeed, only the people without regulators were targeted. Unsettled sanitation worker. You wish to know people who died in the machine rampage wearing regulators. Sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any on the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered, but nothing else worthy of mention. Coda, I think it's for time we rejoin the others. I was half joking my boast, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings, keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryle say to meet them at the plaza? Let's get going. It's terrifying to think death might be waiting for us around the corner, but what can you do besides hope for the best? Yeah, I thought maybe if they were wearing the regulators, their bodies might be automatically converted, but no. Something killing them is using their bodies as energy for something. And it's explicitly not the regulator people. I mean, it could get violent, and that could be what he's after, but... Oh, I meant to click on Sphene first, but oh well. So essentially, you're saying people who were killed by the malfunctioning machines were not people wearing regulators. Well, the numbers are still tentative, and they only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack against overall data, but it looks like more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say anyone who removed their regulator was a priority target for some reason. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating injuries for was not wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over anyone else? Yeah, you'd think wearing the regulator would specifically make them a better target, since they could be used as fuel for whatever his goal is. Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person had no desire to be endless, or they simply failed to acquire one with the limiting devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they clearly have rejected the old system, of using souls to revive themselves. So I see. It's his way of eliminating the dissidents. Anyone with a dissenting thought. To put it another way, they've chosen to live their lives in the knowledge death is inevitable. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. So Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stow panic and fear. There's no need to even kill anyone. The way things were, people are already fearful. He could have 5,000 willing citizens without this madness. That's true. With the fake Sphene alone, he'd have enough PR to make it happen. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had another need for the lives taken. If he's using this fuel like I thought, could something have been done to the victims, like the dust? Because they're being converted to dust, which means he's using them for something. And since he needs to sacrifice people, he needs to make sure that they're being oh, right! Remember what I said earlier, that he said he throws away anything the moment he doesn't consider them useful. So if people have rejected the way, he considers them not useful unless he's using them as fuel for something. I wonder, what about the sanitation workers? Saw no bodies, but piles of dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that? Do you recall when we went to save Arenville from the sentries, the Usher Malachite told us the same thing? When I arrived, I found no body, only piles of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but no one knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may not only lead us to an explanation, but also the intent behind his actions. Coda, we need your help. We've lost control over soldiers in a residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way, but are you close enough to join them? Perfect, actually, I am. Looks like I'm gonna have to go Reaper again. Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. I can take a few hits as a Reaper, but more importantly, I kill things faster. And we are absolutely going to need to kill things. Oh, I thought it would bring me to an instance fight. It's going to become Sphene or something? Or is it... Is he only overriding one at a time?
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
Yeah, what happened here?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Might be too...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same. even if that meant using its bare hands.
Whatever his plan is, it must be close to fruition if he's figuring that even a bare-fisted murder is going to suffice.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Just be careful, you don't have a regulator. I'm not either, but they could try to kill me. In fact, I kind of wish they would so I could fix the problem immediately. Once again, they don't have regulators.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly! Quick.
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora.
Oh, right. Arcanists do have healing. Unfortunately, it's just physic, which might not be enough.
Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
It doesn't matter. The fact you were here at all means this could have been far, far worse.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
Yeah, I know it's because Garnet was a healer with summoning magic, so of course she could do this.
Will she sleep like that forever?
Oh, no.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
It's too early for her eternal sleep. She's got lots to do in the morning.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. At time of streaming, this is the most up-to-date patch, so this is it. She should recover in due course. I'm glad I arrived when I did. When I was sick and couldn't move, Mother was always on my side, keeping me company, and now I'm gonna do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. I shouldn't have had to waste time. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Do you see our other comrades back there? He stayed in the lobby, but I've heard sounds of fighting. I'm sorry, you must have fallen protecting the residents. Just because I like tacos. She's fearful for her comrade. Our comrade, do you think this may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, this isn't safe and you need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over him and Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. I wish all these people, these things going after people without regulators would just go after me so I could smash them all. Even if they were theoretically infinite, it just means I'd be stuck in a theoretically infinite fight. Hey, I was ready for that eventuality when the Zeromus fight was going on. That man, he is awful. This man, this is awful. Why is this happening? Isadora's going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I just finished my administrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. We're actually... Dang, we're starting to get casualties now. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx ordered them to commit murder specifically. Is it over? We came as soon as Waywiki sent word. I'm sorry, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have his radius locked down, we need to go find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure, but he stopped responding to communications. We need to prioritize securing this sector, however, at least until we regain control. Yeah, as they said, the sentries aren't just responsible for as a police force, they're also responsible for production and delivery. We should go search for Geode then. I agree. Since the most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, they could be prime targets for an attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Yeah, I think we should mention to them specifically, unless we already warned them about the targets. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal this time, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayaki has one too, so I should ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said we should sweep the surrounding area, so we shouldn't have ventured too far. Let us keep going. Leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade, make sure nothing else, no one else comes to harm. I hope you find Geode. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but we still worry. Pray, you thank your Milala friend for me. I'd still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. Yeah, Kryle's a genuinely fun character. It's just a shame that they didn't do anything with her in this expansion. And even if they do something now, that's basically the tail end when she was one of the main characters they showed. Please, Geode, be safe. Now, we'll see if this is a combat situation. Then again, maybe I should be a gunbreaker if I'm going to be doing that. Things need to die, but I also need to protect. There's no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should look for the east. Let's search around the apartments first. You see no sign. Wacky's voice crackles forth the communicator. Geode, Geode, answer me. There's no response. Perhaps you should continue further to the east. You know, I've seen many say that the Manderville weapons look a lot like the Solution 9, but I guess I can see it color-wise. But like the actual tech, it's very different. I guess they could reveal a connection, or that maybe they have and I just haven't run into it yet. Either way, yeah, Godbert made this thing, and there's no possible way, and with an artisan of his skill, there's no way any of the others can keep up with its can replicate it. Not even Calyx's brilliance. Hey, same thing happened in Pathfinder Kingmaker. I ended up using a decent amount of those artisans' masterpieces at the end. Their ultimate artifacts, I think they were. I think I just called them out. I don't think that was their official name. Here we go. Now, it will warn me if I'm about to go in a fight. Did you see no sign of Geode? The neighboring residence area will be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
It's absorbing them.
That dust.
Please don't go off and get killed before telling us you saw the machine absorbing them, because that's a huge
What are
detail.
you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Okay, good. We need that information
Dust
out.
that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Rather than absorbing souls, they now absorb corporeal energy. An old man, no doubt.
Shit.
Another one. Damn it, this is why you need to make sure to reload regularly. I guess pistol whipping, it's also probably.
You need to run now.
There was a trick. That's actually very smart.
A trap.
Well, he could try and jump from the second floor, but that's just as likely to kill him in the fall, depending on how he lands. Or he could go like the old man from Avatar: Last Airbender.
Take care of the others, eh?
I must say, Calic's actually the first villain that's been doing something very smart, knowing the heroes would be too much. Knowing the heroes would never...
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
Geode!
You see, your big mistake was targeting him and not me. Then again, I guess your big mistake was opposing me to begin with.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether.
Oh, okay, so he knows there's no way that you can get any more. So it sounds like I should destroy
Seeing how
that.
eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Darn, I should have been a ranged job so I could shoot that thing, because if I destroy it, that would at least delay his plan.
Alex. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
That's it.
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
That's not endless, though.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ether now?
Yeah, as I figured, he throws away anything that's not useful to him personally. And you expect us to just let you walk by with that.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek other victims. That's a fool's choice because it's the same outcome either way.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
In case you haven't noticed, it's what you're doing that I'm trying to stop.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
All that's left of Geode and possibly other people in here. I guess he knew that there was no way he'd be able to get that supplied with the others. I can't, there's no words. The pile of dust and these ashes. The souls I left behind. Was this his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say even every death is justified if it meant 5,000 endless continue their mortal lives. And a reflection stolen ether allowed for many more endless? Why, that too would seem as a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Yeah, that's the thing about the greater good. It's very easy to justify sacrifices for it when you're not the one who has to make them. Who could even think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. She's referring to the ancients and how they intend to sacrifice to keep things going. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx to put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Coda. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents with reflections elsewhere. I guess if we have to, I could always destroy the key so that he can never get under any circumstances, but I'd rather save that for an extreme action. An absolute last resort, because we can do so much good with it. Plus, we still need to find out what my past self, what the original Azem was planning. Remember, Azem was explicitly not helping neither the Heidelin faction nor the Zodiac faction. They were doing something else entirely. But what he was up to, no one knows. Though gripped by sadness, Fiend spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. Shale and others need to know what happened. Yes. Ask Wayaki to meet us there. I guess in a way, Geo did at least leave us one last clue we can use. Hopefully we can use this to in some way figure out where Calyx is hiding. Maybe
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
It's alright, Galul. Fact of the matter is, Calyx made sure to put himself above the king and queen simply so that you couldn't control them, because, well, obviously you'd have stopped him the moment he did something weird.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Last thing we need right now are more casualties.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
I understand. Give what we can, but at the end of the day, we can't hold off for too long. The more time Calyx has, the more he can prepare. Hopefully. It may have been with great cost, but it's possible Geode has just given us the last key the very key we need to find him. We made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed Calyx had carried out a number of target attacks, all to harvest the ether, it seems. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe have returned with the body of their comrade. They risk so much. I couldn't stop. I got control back of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. Sorry I couldn't stop him. Don't worry, like I said, I'm pretty sure Calyx put this in place when Alexandria first started over 400 years ago. Or whatever it was. Simply, again, to make sure that no one could stop him whenever he wanted to. I've spoken with Woklama. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning on doing anything alone. We're all here with you. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was like an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and has surely taken it hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Kachua. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She likes to put on a brave face. As if it's me or my sister. Let me grab a sip of my drink here. My mind was elsewhere. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do to help, perhaps? Might as well offer what I can. I've maxed out all jobs. I should have some level of skill that can help. You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kachua used to say the best thing to do with grief was let it all out. I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've got a shoulder to spare. Some jobs don't require her or a soul stone. Right, let's get out Everkeep for a bit. You know, I was wondering why the game still had a decent amount of instanced areas. Like, there's 3 in this area at time of streaming, but then I figured, oh, right, it's because, like, even the last story here brought me here a decent bit of time. Mechanical Sentry. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged a couple air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx wouldn't seize control. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be fine close to the pylon, so follow my lead. I like this mount. It's why I have it. These air wheelers are Genolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always did have a bit of a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. At least they have the ability to leave now. Yeah, that's the thing that makes Electrope useful. It converts lightning into any other element, and since lightning's basically all they have, that's how they can live. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew, that's helped clear my the air a touch. You know, Coda, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories of my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Clear the way of monstrous intruders. I guess since Oblivion's not been here a bit, they could have gone back. Whatever. I do like the Manderville weapons, though I understand those are, favored. Not everyone likes them. Ugh, just our luck. Oh, thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do justice. Let's keep the route clear while we're here, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the 3 of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, And Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
I see no reason why not. To his memory.
Oh,
Guess we're all headed to the same
What are the
spot.
two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause.
She was already dead by then.
It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier. And learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin.
Ooh, yeah.
But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas. I wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, Those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared.
Yeah, this wouldn't be possible if she had still been wearing the regulator, because her memories would have been
I can
removed.
see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this, and not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll just be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, and you do yours. Oblivion needs you. A darkness in heart. Shale steals her out for the work ahead. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it'll aid in narrowing down possibilities. I'll ask Kryle. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away and from preservation and establish an organized resistance. There must be something there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Coda? Seems like my plans are about to be made for me. Coda, is that you? Apologize for calling. I'm making the rounds and cannot feel as though something's amiss. Might ask you to join me. Your perspective would be appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending Shale, of course. Seems your plan's decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. As long as my memories remain, this wound in my heart will never fully heal, but maybe it's better that way. To feel something, even pain, is to remember they lived and to know I'm still alive. It won't be the same without Geode around. Now, Geode was definitely a good bit more relevant during the patch storyline, so I guess I should have realized if they needed to kill someone for dramatic effects, it'd be one of the members here. I guess that goes with how the the main problem was largely with pacing, honestly. Yeah. Because everything else aside, we just didn't get time to spend with a lot of the new characters introduced until the patch storyline. You know. Coda, thank you for coming. As mentioned, it would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it's my imagination, but the townspeople seem to be acting oddly, even considering the current state of affairs. I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts. I thought you may be better equipped to judge if their behavior is weird. Would you speak with them, see what you think? I hope to be proven wrong by... Something's amiss here. It's not as obvious as loud wailing or acts of violence, but it'd be best if you saw it yourself. Let's see here. Do I already have the riding map? Yes, I do. I guess I can worry about which those to grab later. I did finally, I need to finish, I need to unlock the Occult Crescent still, but I imagine once I do, I'll need to do a lot more fate grinding for the Atma. In most expansions, the Atma grind would probably be disliked because it's a classic MMO grind. You're doing a lot of a bunch of fights for an extremely small drop rate, but having a few of those might not be a bad thing, just so that people who like them have the option, you know? They did have some of those in Realm Reborn, but they weren't handled very well because, well, some will try and rewrite history and say the Realm Reborn relics were universally loved, but the Realm Reborn relics was entirely an experiment that the devs were doing because at the time they were flying by the seat of their pants. And as such, everything in there is really weird and janky compared to everything that came after. Even Heaven's Ward and afterward, there's a lot, clearly a lot more stuff there. Like early on, they did try to make crafting relevant to the combat relic by having crafting and disassembly tied to items. But the problem is that when an item you can buy at the market board is used for progression, the people who can the players with the means to control the market are able to ensure that unless you have good connections or money, you're not going to have a very good time getting them. It's also why you don't need actual materia for progression anymore either, because those were very easy for people to control on, because back then you had to sacrifice the item you were soul bonding in order to create a materia. You could not just extract it from the same item over and over like you can here. And that meant it was good in the sense that you had to really work to get the materia, but it was bad in the sense that if you needed one for, say, the Raw Quest, it was basically not up to you whether or not you'd be able to get one. I'm sure some will say that's a good thing, and run economy should have that thing, but the relics weren't meant to be an economy thing. And they were meant to be something rewarding commitment and such. So, at that point, it's a matter of how far out of your way do you... how far out is too much. And I guess that's probably going to be varying a good bit. Regulator wearing... Resident. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end's coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got one of those and registered a while ago. As soon as I did, a display showed the number of registered users. Right now, it's at 4,168. The upper limit's 5,000, wasn't it? The total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I paid those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve, live happily ever after. Is it bad that I missed the Priest of Grotus from Pathfinder Kingmaker? At least his Doomer speeches got very old after the first chapter, but actually, never mind. Oh, please tell me you bought more Neo-Regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out, but I've heard rumors there's a few left over. Surely the government still has some? Perhaps the Queen? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, that's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. I can't go on like this. His plan is almost in fruition. Whatever is gonna... As soon as the 5,000 are registered, he's probably going to immediately activate it. Oh man, he's gonna do his own genocide route, isn't he? Oh boy. Greetings. I remember you visited Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being? I can say things are rather stressful out here. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous or the specter of death is ever present, people are terrified and clamor for the neo-regulators to reach a fever pitch. Personally, I was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on and have long since completed registration. Death holds no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer. I must cast it out. I must pray. Oh crap, Calyx is basically becoming a god king to them, isn't he? What do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is quite palpable. They know it's happening soon. Yes, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, the fear inside grows more insistent. How long until it's full-blown panic? My guess is once it finishes. The whole reason he's doing this is partially to do that, but it's also to get people to panic and start registering if they hadn't been hesitating before. Coda, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with them, you know. But no. Alright, let's go. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Living memory is working again? But how could he... There's no way he could do it. We shut it down.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
It's not really, but I suppose that's gonna...
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Vau, you couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
They're getting weirded out.
Stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
They
The
seem to like
Landscar
that
are on their
fist
way
at least.
as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulishola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Hey, I'm no nation ruler, and I've done quite a few things. All that requires is stepping up. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Kryle told me everything while we were away. My apologies. The sign was not responding to any of our attempts to change the display of honor switch it off. For those deadly malfunctions, there's now a citywide announcement. He's spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless, perhaps more than necessary even. We had hopefuls who descended on Lamati's dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd starting to fray. The latest wave of attacks may not have been widespread, but people are reacting to their breaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. Even just Woklaman announcing that the evacuation's in place should do a good bit here, at least for those who plan to leave. Calyx has access to the core system, which means if he chooses to do so, he can deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears a while, I beg you, Woklamat, please allow them to shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who wish to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrive. In which case, we'd best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood's tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If we happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Sure, we'll have some kind of clue soon. He can't elude us forever. For better or worse, there are only finite amount of places he could be. Violence and fear. This is not the future she would have envisioned for this nation. You give so much of yourself to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Tuliolo will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation of the late Queen was so desperate? What of the nation the late Queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Yeah, the good news is, thanks to her and Koana, and even their father before them, Tuliolo is a huge city, and it's more than capable of taking in the refugees without significant problem. This is probably the most ideal situation for the people here who want to leave. But, Woklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I'll protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last, after all. But she betrayed you, did you not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. That was the big thing, yeah, that the Endless Feet and Woklamat were supposed to basically be dark reflections of and light reflections of one another. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who could share that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In that end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle, I'll come to the rescue, and you can do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love, and that's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Hey, don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be here now without you. Right, we did get a bit sidetracked there, didn't we? We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Galuljaw. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news. We finally found a crack in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories in Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment complex it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding, but it may well contain a clue that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We just need to take the lift to get in the complex. I've cleared the expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people operate the lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Oh, and if you're wondering, I'm not going to be doing the Manderville quest line until, well, after it's all completed, so not until basically the end of the expansion. Sorry, but I don't like having I like the instant gratification rather than the cliffhangers. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually that different from how we stumbled upon across the back room. Preservation laboratories, I shudder to think what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. Any institute on preservation scale would have many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this is one where my parents worked. It sounds like Galuljaw played a big part in the breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast when this is all over. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Hey, like I said, it's good for kids to learn about coding and stuff early. This has only become more and more important as time goes by, after all. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Looks like there's going to be no fights here, so I won't worry about it. It's definitely going to be made to look normal here, but we also can't be too careful. Calix might have specifically intended for us to find this place.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
I guess Hrothgar don't get night vision.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
I suppose it was rather conspicuous with the light on there. I guess it would make sense an emergency light would be on that terminal specifically. After all the power went out, you need to know where to go.
Stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City.
Yeah, and then you got cock-blocked because they needed someone, for some reason they demanded someone else open the door instead of Kryl.
As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
Ah, wonderful.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
1860. Wow, that's well over 1,500.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words.
I mean, this contribution is pretty much one of the biggest things you can. At the end of the day, I'm only good for when you can tell me point at something to smash, and I smash it.
In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
Everything's been logged. Yeah, that's
highly likely. And personally, I hope he does.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Because we're working on a digital medium here, every single thing is logged. So there's no possible way we can keep this secret from him. So the best thing we can do is hope that he finds it and lay a trap of some sort. You will know our main objective. Pick up Calyx's trail. I've learned of a certain device that can help us do just that. I'll explain as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed on the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. The room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located the western side. The director's office is northeast of here. So we should cut across the circuit chamber in the middle, yes? We should, yes, but unfortunately the door is locked. We need a security key. Judging by the mechanism, it's probably a card. Can you work some electro magic on that? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. Ah. Yeah, that's kind of thing. Sometimes a secure lock isn't one that's too new, but one that's too old. If someone only has experience with destroying digital locks, they'll have a lot more trouble with analog ones, for example. In case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left behind a security card. Considering the state of the place, it seems likely they abandoned it in some haste. I wouldn't be surprised if we did find one. Very well, let's get looking, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where researchers found personal belongings. You begin searching. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the barriers. Helpful hints will be a different color. Pay close attention to information. Alright, so that's why that glowed. Anything interesting in the abandoned paperwork? I doubt it's here, but documents are sit into an untidy stack. You find no security card. Yeah, as expected, desk organizer. Small shelving unit, some office supplies, and little else of note. Was this really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something, I don't know, special about it. The shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. The desk drawers might be a likely spot. Perhaps the personal belongings in their stations? This appears to be the only desk with the drawers open. You can tell at a glance the owner left some things behind. That's probably the one to continue then, so maybe someone recycled one by accident. You scan it to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Huh, nothing in then. Yeah, they're pushing you pretty hard, but so it's not gonna be on the notice board. Although I suppose I should, just in case there's something interesting on there that it wants to mention. The arcane circuits are decades old. I'll keep at it, but it might be the only way we're getting through here anytime soon. No luck so far. The bin had nothing in it whatsoever. Shows it might be the index page of an employee manual. Personnel protocols. For security reasons, containment has been registered as materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly. Both inside and out, each employee must perform tasks within designated workrooms. Commons, Prolab, Dirolab. Entrance to another without clearance is prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates which areas you will have access to. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to highly confidential nature, preservation retains ownership of and rights to modify memories of all registered personnel. Right. If they have the ability to manipulate memories at will, of course they'd also limit your ability to access anything else, I suppose. Guess I've got a lot to think about here. Research objectives. Access denied. Log into your personal account to view these. Leadership personnel. Complex Director, Demetrius. Proto Lab. Chief S4. Proto Lab redacted. If it's redacted, that means it's going to be something important. It might even be Calyx himself. There's nothing gonna be here, but a few indecipherable notes remain pinned. Darn, I was hoping it might be something amusing. But yeah, it has to be in here. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Let's try it on the door and see if it opens. Scanning device. The card shape holds a similar look. Beep. You hold up the scanner. Exciting. You opened. You did it, Coda. A good thing, too. I was getting nowhere without outdated circuit. I was curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, or so the terminal there told me. Perhaps there were more answers when we go further inside. Let's continue onwards then. The door of the director's office is across the central hub. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but this must be the door. Okay. Looks like everything can be accessed from this hub. Not a single soul here besides us. Going by the room labels, we haven't encountered any of the actual labs yet. Level 1. This is probably not enough. You hold the level up, but the scanner beeps with disapproval. No good. We must need a different card. Yeah, the scanner's demanding a level 3 security to open. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start with the proto lab. The door's already open, at least. Find a way to together. Shale? Well, I'm sure of it. We might have to go through... I get a sense we'll be going through that one before all is said and done. Ooh. Shale. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close. I'm itching to get my hands on them. This machine fields into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't meant to hold people, right? Well, their souls, at least, if I had to guess. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement over in ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved a target goal set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per usual, I'll preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. Oh, she's over here. I should talk to everyone before going on. These notes seem to be all the research they did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 158. Submitting interference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure view. Experiment 158. A maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be concluded. Alright then. Experiment 163. New proposal result. Data verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it'll make sense later on. What's on the data tablet? It appears to be a researcher's personal tablet. Skimming through the entries. Today I begin my employment at Preservation. The organization is unfamiliar to me. When the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling this work would be far more fulfilling than orthodox medical practice. I'm sure nothing can go wrong working for this Black Mesa company. My instincts were correct. Later, Master Calyx's philosophy is a refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. The mankind must evolve beyond shackles of flesh and blood. I'll meet with the director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Calyx. This morning I was permitted access to the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain them is reaching critical, yet Queen's Fiend insists on our intellectual failing. Insists on continuing the ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Prolag Chief, have been behaving in a suspicious manner as of late. Should report these to the Director. From tomorrow, I've been assigned in to assist with the research project in the Neutral Lab. We're scheduled to conduct a major experiment, details of which have been kept ignorant. It would be prudent to back up my memory data. This way this room is set up. This canister inserted into the large device looks like a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted the experiment to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the Director's office must take precedence over all else. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over the corner he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? The correct combination will open it. You've gleaned some data. Will you attempt it? Like the number keys, input 5 digits. Hit the confirm key. Entered 158. Could this be the right? So 158 is what he put in there. 148, 158. 115.09. 115.09. That's it. Locker opens. You discover a level 2 security card. Not high enough security. Coda, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, it says level 2. We needed level 3, didn't we? Yes, but should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Coda. These preservation members lead surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing cards. I guess I imagine they'd be, what, more bloodless mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you will recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix's philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot the researchers kept a journal on their tablets. I read one that doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex. Afterward, it was decided everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy. You could tell how much they admired Calix's work. The entries end, but you could probably read more on the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Neutral Lab and the main maintenance floors left to search, both accessed from the southeast. So let's go back to the hub and lock her door access the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you'd like. I doubt we'll have much use for it. Yeah, I might as well not clog up my key items inventory. Yeah, the big issue with the Endless is the cost here. It only works because of sacrificing other people to sustain them. What else do they have in this place? If I read the map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Yoiwara facility. Calix hasn't bothered to show his face yet. Has he not noticed us? Or maybe he's watching and waiting. The scanner awaits. Hold the security up and unlock the door. It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. If there were others besides my parents who left, where might they be now? Scanning. It waits for the security card with appropriate level of clearance. Level 2. Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? Dero Lab? Facilities? Let's start with the lab. Seems like the research there is key to everything. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency to open the door. Look, there's a sign that says in case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from the facilities. Facilities down the other branch. Let's see about getting the power restored, shall we? I guess I should have spoken with everyone first. Whoops. Oh well. This looks like a puzzle room. Well, we'll just have to shove the square peg into the round hole. There's some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. This room was for managing power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards here as well. Oh good, the terminal's lit up. That means we have power in this room. The Dirigil lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting there? Everywhere and nowhere. That's this song. Engaging power supply. No good, it's rerouting an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply had been interrupted for an extended period of time, we must reconfigure both the emergency and the secure generator and the control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator there, isn't it? Yeah, and by the looks of it, it's the same model used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Oh, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of the terminal leads down the hall, directly to the lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Is there a circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels of each of these tiles, we can create an unbroken path for the power to follow. Okay, so it's pipe dreams. I can do that. Oh, what I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for written procedures, be digging through. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then, would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Coda? The rest of us can help by supplying Coda with whatever information might be found. Now, this is a pipe dreams puzzle, so it should be pretty easy. Alright, so it needs to go in here. We must arrange these. Ah, I see how this goes then. Okay, so I don't rotate them, but I change them. Oh, I see. Here we go. That should do it. Let's see, I said caution. Circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. I suppose only one of each can be set at the same time. Coda, look at this diagram. Look, it says configure the circuit panels to provide an uninterrupted path. Symbols must represent the room we're in, and the square Shale's terminal. Coulter's working on. It links to the bottom right of square. I have a circle. That should get you started at least. Oh, perfect. You've connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of successful reconfiguration. It worked! It worked! We did it, Coda. The Dutro lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? Checking the storage shelves, one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation in the early days is in the title. Oh, have I got a book for you, then? Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks like that's a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technology Preservation, Technological Development, created by Founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy, approval for establishing them came during Alexander's involvement during the Storm Surge. Calix's designs for a new defensive solution, founded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew and casualties mounted, he funneled its resources to perfect memory storage. Research in this field, even after the Storm Surge came to an end, Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in virtual domain. So this account was from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness, and yet he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I hear the single-minded will behind his words. It was with that when the war came to our... So it was that when war came to our kingdom, Father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth, his proposal for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought about the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by the sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on the endless research and the less urgent matters. Oh, so I had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was turning into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has always been the type that values ideas over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. The moral that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from his fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let us press on, shall we? Sounds good to me. If I've done my job correctly, the door of the Diurtral lab should be accessible now. Oh, I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. People who work here truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall be grateful. Had his own body not been fated to fail him at such a young age, would Calix have pursued the endless project with such fervor? Yes, the door has power now. I need to take a quick bathroom break. Sorry about that. I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty, I'm back. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. I want a quick prayer. A shortened wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Boom. Alrighty. Tacos, big fat tacos, so big. Calculated evolution. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside then and see what awaits. Oh, gods above, is that? I thought there might be a big reveal here, that's why I wanted to be careful about. That's the interdimensional key. Are they making a copy of it? The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but it's missing the shard inside, the one Coda has. Ah, we may have been laboring under misconception. The key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, and the preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? So the crystal itself is the key. Everything around it was just the device they made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of it. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, or why. We know because we know it had to be a Zem, but we don't know why either. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because the vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there's much we may learn from this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Yashtola's assistance to a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security guard here that grants us the access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearances. We should spread out and look for any cards left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is useless to us. I'll search these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I keep holding out hope that I'll find evidence of my parents here, despite knowing that there isn't any. Storage crate. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Wheeled shelving unit. This sturdy looking shelf unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of cards, however. Cabinet drawer. You found a security card in the cabinet drawer? Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Here, have Shale examine it to be sure. Search for a level 3 security card. Let's make sure this is the one we want. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Coda. It's useful when you have a player guiding you. Ooh, a level 3. That should give us in the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in here again, Shale? You said a certain device is going to help us. Right, I haven't explained myself properly. I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered an ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a network connection to an outside network. When I traced the routing, I confirmed the traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the surveillance system and has been using it to monitor activities. To monitor you, to monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. Yeah, I kind of figured. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of these transmissions, the flow of data is like a river we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint his location. Yeah, he's made himself the core of everything here, to the point of even being above everything else, but that also means it all has to be connected to him in some fashion. That said, he's done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he's isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, he said he was measuring Koda's strength. What could he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Oh, speaking of cameras, there's nothing I wish to mention. I found evidence someone's deliberately disabled the surveillance feed to this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Whatever it is, yeah, whatever it is, if they were trying to delete it, that means it was important. Alrighty.
Are you really planning to leave?
Authoritative researcher.
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's a big thing. A world of eternal silence, eternal stagnation. For some that may be a wonderful thing, a peaceful silence, but for others, the most boring thing ever.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different. In too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
Is he gonna pull out a gun? He's gonna pull out a gun.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
I knew it.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
As expected, he's just removing he's just destroying anything that he doesn't find personally useful. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images and the personnel data. The man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. This does seem to be an atheistic society, but unfortunately it seems they still need to worship something. So it was either Calyx or Sphene. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that when the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that even if it was in the rules, I'm pretty sure most would be unnerved by that. I'm not surprised, given how many parents describe their defection from the Institute. I'm not surprised given how my parents described the defection. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, as if Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that, but it turns out they were captured by the pursuers. Well, as we saw with Otis, they don't need to be alive to be have copies put into the Preservation. They're to have copies put in a living memory, so they could have just made other people's memories of them. They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them where they were, your words give me a great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Yeah, I could have sweetened it by saying they might have been able to escape, but I think the better thing is knowing that they had no regret, that they never looked back. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet them and learn what they stood for. It's enough for me to carry on. Yeah, I just kind of wish the story spent more time on that. Like I said, even the promo materials advertised Kryl as being a big part of the expansion, but then they just kind of had that little thing in scene in Living Memory, this little bit here, and that's kind of it. I'm willing to... Well, technically there's still more to come, but I'm willing to bet there won't be. Even now, we don't know the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation, but what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on then, shall we? The tale behind this key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! Given he's most likely an Endless himself, he worshipped Calyx as an actual god, he could even be there waiting for us, in which case... I suppose he should be... He should get to... someone should show him death. Hearing Kryl talk about her parents reminded me how much I missed Namika. I guess I never really got over it. Yeah, she died basically right before Wook could speak with her again after 30 years. And the Living Memory was just the Chat GPT remix. So, not perfect. Although I suppose what matters with that one is that it gave Wook herself some closure. And I guess there is value in that. I think I mentioned, but someone I looked up to did pass away in the time after the expansion dropped, and between now and holy crap, it's probably for the best I'd done the expansion first, because that scene with Graha would have destroyed me if it had happened first. If the man recording the director was Director Mayes, this must be his office. My early investigations put the data relay past this door. Let's get open then, shall we? I don't expect to find information on my parents in the next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. Was Calyx the one who gave the orders to execute defactors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. A scanning device. It waits silently for the appropriate clearance. You hold up the scanner. Let's go inside. Now that find the data relay, and don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Coda, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key again. There's a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. So this is where they got the idea of how to harvest people for resources in the quite literal sense. Huh, this director Demetrius was very particular about how we decorate his office. We have incense vases and some kind of gem display. Yeah, there's no windows or paintings here. A ruby, a sapphire, and there's a missing spot. And something tells me that is going to be relevant. Cool. Something odd, something odd. Damn, the terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also much smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? I'm sorry, Could I ask you any others to search for any clues to this puzzle? Ah. That's right, this is smaller than the map suggested, which means there's going to be something extra here. During my Pathfinder campaign with a friend, not the Kingmaker playthrough, the tabletop one with a friend, I ran into a situation exactly like this. We're given the floor plan of an area, but my character ended up rolling well enough that I was able to notice the room doesn't seem to match up. Cell storage case. It may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Office shelves. You find a crumpled note wedged between there. Room access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously. In the Proto Lab, Duro Lab. Emergency secure lift access. Director's office. Perhaps the discovery will be of interest to Shale. Beverage station. Oh, any good drinks here? Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered self-cleaning style. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, although it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Guess we won't be getting any coffee anytime soon. Amongst the other personal effects, you find what's presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Whatever's on the data tablet could be useful. You pick up the data tablet and skim through the entries. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary and dimensional portal verified. Continuous attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for of 4 of those personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclaiming processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident details in full. The 2 inept Malala broke with the preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment. The complex is to be shut down. Personnel will have the bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experiments. Memory data archives. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, we are not deserving of eternal life. Oh. Yeah, he really is considering himself a god king, of course, deciding who lives and who dies. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols are completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it's needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, the facility requirement will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, critical components for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. That end of facility equipment maintained. A critical component. Examine the data tablet. Picked up. Let's check out the locker this time. The locker swings open easily. Moo! Let's, it contains nothing of note. You quietly shut locker door. Okay, that was genuinely good. I like that. That's no wonder. Yeah, no wonder Demetrix worshipped him like a god. He practically was one since he just single-handedly decided their life, death, and what would happen to them after death. And that's not even the thing. He didn't just decide if they got to live or die. He also got to decide if they have an afterlife or not. Have you found something? Crumpled note. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. We need to enter a password from 3 different terminals at once. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is sealed as well. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? It did seem odd when I walked past it. Remember what Kajwa said, Shay. Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope is not always what it appears to be. Of course, it's how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In that case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Yeah, remember, this is how they were able to get living memory to look like those theme park areas. The artificial afterlife, which in the end of the day just ended up a tacky theme park. I guess it goes to show that mortals are not cut out for that sort of thing. Another door. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. I'll take the Duro Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that could be something I could help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria as well. Then I'll take the Duro Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Coda, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I stand by to guide Wuklamon and Cryo through the process. You know, there was that display over here. One of the gems, I thought since it was made of electrope, it might serve some other purpose. But I couldn't figure out switches or buttons to do anything. Maybe you could figure it out? A gemstone's missing, yeah. I just guess a green one to complete the RGB combo. Jewel display case. 2 jewels are embedded here. A blue is a sapphire, the red is a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel. You've located his... Alright, take another look. You've yet to discover enough truths. Try exploring the immediate area of the comrades until you have more information. I should take another closer look at these reports. One might have data. I kept searching the drawers of books and a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe... Let's solve... I guess we might as well solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit and connect the circuit there... Oh, there's something inside. It's an Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past they named the kingdom after them. Here, you can hold one just in case. Yeah, that's it. That's the password. The gemstones. Because notice, these are also in this roughly the same position. Try and insert the Alexandrite. Yeah, exactly. I knew it. Ha! The gemstone fits snugly into place. Immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of the diagram appear, accompanied by a short phrase. The floor plan of this complex. As you continue studying, you realize these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex. This may be related to the passwords you're looking for. A sapphire in the Proto Lab, garnet in the Duro Lab, Alexandrite in the director's office. Scrawled piece. The glowing here appears to be handwritten. Yeah, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let's see. Heed the stones. There must be some special meaning Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief where each gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Yeah, gemstones are a common, and rocks are a common name. Yes, if you have questions you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you saying there's something to do with the passwords? Yeah. We found out a sapphire and garnet as well? Oh yes, those have meanings as well. Alexandrite is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. A garnet represents devotion. We should try these words and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. We'll go here. They're waiting on their passwords. Start with Wuklamon, the Proto Lab. What should she enter? Password for Cryo? Devotion. And what do we for ours? Protection. Right, we have all 3 ready. Enter them at the same time. The stool for her to stand on. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad it worked. The secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it will be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamot and Kryl rejoin us. If he has any plan to stop us, he has to do it now. Then again, he should know by now nothing short of another artificial god will even stand a chance against me, and well, he saw what happened to Queen Eternal. Good work, Coda. Leave you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. Speaking of gemstone symbolity, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope. To think on it now, I have ever shared that destiny with my other self. Well, that was interesting. Excellent clue finding, Coda. We did, and thanks to you, and a little bit thanks to me, I hope. Well, you did solve that puzzle for us. Alright, everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
Yeah, clear.
Whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
I don't know, my character seemed very intent on agreeing. I've never seen that happen before. That's hilarious.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
A server room?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Inside the electrope somewhere.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Right. The Alexandria remake.
You mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphene's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source.
Right, Living Memory is still on the 9th. That's why it was such a big deal that we needed a way to warp over to there with the gate.
That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Dang, can't even go to the bathroom without someone watching me.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine.
So he can be overruled in a way.
Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
Huh. So her last act... So Endless Fiend's final act was to, specifically to give Calyx the middle finger. You know, suddenly I like her more as a villain.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
He probably knows I'm gonna try the Azem stone again, so he might try to stop me, but I'm sure we
Whatever
can make sure
grand
there's a
future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew, well, that was an adventure. It may not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least we now know where Calyx is and where we need to do next. Indeed, while I must remain curious about the Preservation's research in that key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I do like Calyx as a villain, I just kind of wish he was around a bit more, I guess. Cool. Shale's been of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but nonetheless, I'll do my best to cheer her up. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of our final choice linger, empowering us to shape the future. I've passed on a short version of events to our comrades so we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. The situation is not the best out there, but at least you can come back to us safe and sound. Time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. Damn that bastard. He waited until I was this close before snatching away our moment of triumph. And that's infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. I think to an extent even he knows this is do or die for both of us. Because he knows he can't go without dealing with us. Anyway, I know things didn't go according to plan, but since we've learned a great deal about the Preservation, that knowledge could come in use for the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much in a direct confrontation, I'll mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. It's a shame that punching an Endless does no damage. I'd love to rearrange that serene face of his. One of our own. She's resolved to take part in the coming battle. Coda, we've briefed Aaronville on everything that's happened and sent word to the others. We've now but consider what our action should be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly stored in the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset about being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance to somewhere in living memory. Then we go to fight Calyx. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. Most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It's always been your fight as much as ours, if not more, perhaps. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. Yeah, there's no point in talking down to her and saying I'll protect her, because at this point she's going to... The way she feels is that she needs to do the protecting. I'm coming with you as well. You know my reasons? I hardly need saying, but your fellow Scions have every intention of accompanying you into the battle as well. So adamant were Alize and the others at this point, they were already left for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing a Neo-regulator. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know sometimes you have to be patient and trust your friends. Infinity. Oh, Coda, Kral and I think we should talk to Gulson before we leave. Under Calyx's direction, the Preservation shaped Alexandra's society for centuries. Talking to him will have serious taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly, we don't know if Gossan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. I'll see you when it's over. I'll do whatever I can to help Shale and Aaronville. It may not be much, but small things add up when you do enough of them. That's true. Even people from my village have taken to wearing Neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. As I said, I'm ready and waiting when you needed me. Just make sure you come back in one piece. I hope my eye level's high enough for this. I mean, it should be, right? 726. What's a duty finder again? Where are you? Let's see here. What's the, I don't... Yeah, I've been doing frontline a bit. Now let's see here. Dungeons and Dawn Trail. What's the eye level for this? Minimum eye level for the last one. 705. Okay, yeah, there's no way I don't have a high enough eye level for this. Story dungeons actually used to have no item levels at all, but they had to remove that because people would go in full crafting gear because this was so long ago, people still had to sacrifice items to... yeah, this was so long ago, people had to sacrifice items to make material, like I mentioned earlier. And obviously that causes problems because crafting gear doesn't have battle stats, which of course means anyone wearing them was pretty much useless in the fight. And it was entirely possible to run into someone multiple people wearing them, so if you were really unlucky, that was really bad. I see Gossan wearing a Neo-regulator. He must have some thoughts to share on the subject, I wager. He's probably not going to be too happy. The air is thick with unease, and not least around Gossan himself. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I don't envy his position.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't.
Took her a moment to
what I
realize,
meant
wait,
to
he knew?
say it was.
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
I don't think anyone could possibly. Well, I guess it's out.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you.
I guess a hood only covers so much.
When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
She may not be Queen Sphene anymore, but she's still Sphene.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Everyone's so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are as ever a stalwart people. How glad am I to be home. Thank you, Galston. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push from the citizens, their bravery taking first step. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that near regular away where no one can get to it? That should prevent registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise this surplus of units are to account for those like myself who have a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Yeah, that's actually very smart. I should have realized he'd make sure to have some excess. That way they couldn't do exactly what he was possibly trying to do. Sounds like something Calix would do. We'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying it. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Oh, that's cute. Anvil's definitely been the highlight of this expansion. And it is nice that we've had a major character who isn't specifically a fighter. They might change that just to involve him more in future storylines, but... Hello, remember me, the hunter from the Thunder Yards? It's been a while, but we met you when you first arrived in the Dome. We've been talking with Lithando and the others. Thanks to some convincing arguments, we've come around to the idea we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. Though those like us who rely on regulators for their work and others who aren't ready to give up what they have, but we all share a desire to make things better. I admit they did do a pretty good job making sure the preservation was the bigger fish behind Sphene the whole time, even as they set her up there, but I don't know, it just feels like we never spent enough time with Calix, which is a shame. I do like how cold and calculating he is. Like I said, he has the L from Death Note kind of energy. Yeah, and L from Death Note has absolutely no trouble sacrificing anything just because it would further his goals in one way or another. Yeah, that's the thing. Even though L's the detective, do not be tricked into thinking he's actually the good guy of the story. He is not as different from Light as you might think. Last time I had to wait in the Canody, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. I scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place. It brings tears to my eyes. Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. 'Tis good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for some precautionary measures. We've all been so busy, it seems like an age we last gathered in this manner. I must say, we do make a formidable group. 'Tis good to see comrades hale and girdled for battle. As for us, we've been had to inspect the lay of the land. There's no change of note aside from Meso Terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the Meso Terminal? The walls have receded to provide a convenient entrance to the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we last came here, so we must assume Calyx has manipulated the terminal's electrope. All this to facilitate a most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield or leave them to despair. Oh, select a reward. A terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't want to keep our insistent host waiting. Aw, there's an invisible wall here. How disappointing. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Living memory is seeped in these dense lightning ether from the ninth. The pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as the power source. So this is where the former queen's memories are stored, and she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. It's possible she considered herself needing to be like Calyx rather than specifically like a machine. It still hadn't occurred to me one might physically enter the terminal. I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating Endless would need required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to such ruthlessness. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the Endless faded. I do not believe that was the performance staged to deceive us. As for the Meso, however, it had already grown dark by the time we'd returned from the virtual domain. While I loathe to admit it, it's possible its true appearance was hidden to us in our absence, which is why we must bring the tale denouement by our own hand. That's right, it could have been right, since we didn't see it shut down directly, we just saw it was already shut down when we came out. It's possible Calyx made it look shut down so that we'd assume it was all was well and not move on. In fact, if Ishtola had not come back to examine it, we wouldn't have even found the Sphene, and then all this would have played out significantly differently. I gotta grab a sip of my drink. Well, I guess it's time to reap. It's reaping time. Well, here we are, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it has changed. I was so frightened I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I'd loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much actually remained the same. For that I give thanks to Otis and Zelania and their royal knights who lay the lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed the legacy. I thank my other self who loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was Endless Fiend. The kind and gentle Queen's Fiend was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Endless Fiend. Freed from conscious, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, and together we shall fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Then let us head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits a device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Coda for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet I would console caution. That he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks a tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the mist of the dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal. Yeah, I'm gonna use the NPC party here. That way I can learn the mechanics, and also if there's any logs or something I can look up those. We have no idea what he may have planned for us. Alice and I have prepared for every eventuality, and nay, you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, we shall guard the flanks. 'Tis beyond knowing how Calyx has advanced his plans for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unyielding will, especially when that objective entails changing the world as we know it. Calyx is a foe possessed of both considerable focus and resolve. We do well to regard him as such, recognize him as such. If my parents were indeed executed by preservation, for me this will not only fight for the greater good, this will be justice. And if I'm to add an addendum to Grandfather's account of the Golden City, let it be a rousing good one, yes? As vow of resolve, or even just as a comrade, I see myself making a lot of promises. I mean to honor every last one of them, starting with the oath I swore to Endless Fiend. Even if it's just a memory, I want to think of her smiling at that promise kept. Calyx's scheme to forfeit flesh to gain immortality calls to mind the Ea. Not that informing him of their fate will do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Convinced you are of this truth, it is yours, not mine, and no matter the conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to the Ea's warnings, so I know little something about refusing to listen, save when confronted with incontrovertible proof of my error. I really do think you take on too much from too many people, and yet it's never the wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, I'll be damned if I let Calyx steal it. Sphene is a zoomancer. Raw can be anything, but we have too many DPS, I guess. Although this does make it clear, yeah, we can use an NPC party for the story. Well, I guess you know how I'll be doing it then. I definitely want Sphene with me because we get to see her fight would be nice. She's probably going to be a souped-up Arcanist or Summoner. I should probably... yeah, this is fine. I do hope that Sphene joins us as a trust after this, kind of like how Estinian joins you after you complete the Shadowbringers patches stuff. The Meso Terminal. Yeah, I do like... yeah, I guess that's kind of how I feel about Calyx. I like him as a villain, but I wish we got more of him. Then again, I guess they probably didn't want it to seem like, oh, the underling of the king attempt to take over again. Then again, I guess I can think about it later. For now, we have a lot of this stuff to do. We're not fighting in a digital world this time.
Come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Honestly, I think you could try harder. It's good.
Take this.
Go on, come on, Wook. I know you can handle more groups than that. Communio. Slice. Oopsie. There we are. Here we're at data station. Now this is what I decided to go with an NPC party for. What is the preservation's purpose? The answer is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind in a world beset by lightning aspect imbalance. This means securing a place people can live safely. Yeah. As well as establishing a treatment for 11 sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant complete solution for the challenges we now face. Hold on here. If my headset's slipping a bit, maybe that's another reason I should start reconsidering. Well, we'll think about that for later.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Hold on.
Preserved medic. Let's bring them over to our buddy Wook. Oh, perfect. They're all together despite being casters. Delicious. Alexandrian gravity. Huh. Oh wait, there's a term.
Memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Oh, there's no terminal in here to look up. Now, this is going to be a Final Fantasy IX boss, since that's what they all are, so let's see who it is. Kurgan General. Maybe not a direct reference, but... Though I am to employ medicines with application harm, I will protect my patients. Excellent, made myself immune to knockback. Concentrated dose. I'm not being optimal in the least bit right now, but that should be fine. I should probably stay away from that. Perfectio is so satisfying. Huh. First try.
You've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
Oh, whatever. It's up to yeah, as per usual, he yeah, he just works really well. I just wish we saw more of him. Alright, let's go. Here we are, another data station. According to Master Calyx, it's not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it's the memories etched upon that encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he's proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope. Souls are composed entirely of ether. He asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminals, subjects, and volunteers have in fact already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind, as we know it, has taken a great step forward. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Hey, buddy. Hey, well, I know you can do more than this. Come on.
Hold on.
prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
He's changing things again. Another remnant of Alexandria. I need not compel them to fight. Preserved prisoner. Thank you. What? I know you can. See, I knew you could do it. I believed in you. Come on.
Hold on.
Come on, claw. Claw maul.
Allow me.
The Lalafell and oh, the guys, yeah, they're all just there. You'll make a fine example. Get him.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Pale, pestilent, ravenous, bloody.
Your sentence is death. How long can you die?
There. With every mote of my being.
Oh, nice. So I'm not the only one who will be using the.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
I get a few seconds to use Vectio. Oh crap, I let that drop. I can't let that drop. Oh crap. Yeah, I messed up bad. But we now have that. That's an interesting fight. Everyone basically has their own little mini-boss, and it all contributes to the main one. I'm assuming, anyways.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy
Take this.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh, come on, really? Oh wow, that burn dot is amazingly powerful. Holy crap. What am I doing? Let's get a bit more stats then. A whole hour's worth, because don't forget, we still have the trial fight after this.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defend?
See.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Come on, flailing flail.
Hold on.
What the? Am I not killing fast enough? I must not be killing fast enough. Huh.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defend?
What the hell? Oh crap, I was attacking the wrong one. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to kill this guy anymore. Yeah, I can't kill this guy. I'm going to have to die to this so that I can restart. Yeah, I need to reset. This is a DPS check. This is what I should be good at, because that's what I've got. I know I can do this, I just need to be smart. Pay attention which one I have.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defend? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Only half of his HP. What the hell?
Most of my being.
How am I not killing him fast enough? There's gotta be a gimmick I'm missing. So what is it? Tis to be a duel then. Wow, are there really no non-video guides? Wow. I could look up one of those, but the problem is that, first of all, they're going to waste the first half of the video shilling their content. Also, with the ads. And I don't mean the YouTube ads, those are easy enough to not worry about. But... Let's see here. Yeah, they're all video guides. I can't use those while I'm streaming here. Alright, I did notice there was a helm maker, though. I thought that was someone in the middle, the main enemy, I guess?
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Burn. Freeze. Shock.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Alright, so I could kill him fast enough that the tick doesn't matter. Alright, yeah, so I can attack it. I was worried I couldn't for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, damn it! Okay, so I went too far away, but we now know that the Helltaker can be attacked. I'm just sure those guide videos would have done so, you know, after they talk about after they ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. Maybe even if they're feeling particularly angry at their sub count, go, oh, I'm disappointed at you. Ooh, look at how many of you are watching but not subbed. I do appreciate it. I don't have to worry. At least don't have to worry about the
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Interesting. Well, I'd say this is definitely one of the more interesting mini-boss fights they've had so far. I want to say the expansion, but no, I don't think they've done too much like this in the general sense. damn it! I was accidentally overlapped again. I keep trying to fight them, but I can probably delay it for a little bit, but that damage over time is basically a soft enrage. Since if I don't destroy it quickly, it just starts doing more and more damage.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
I've got this. I know, and I'm probably, and yeah, I know, I'm sorry I'm being a bit too unnecessarily harsh to YouTubers. They make their living like anyone else. But
criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Like I said, it takes a while before the video even starts. So it does. Generally, you click on it for the title or the subject matter, and taking all that time is just kind of frustrating, you know? Maybe I'm being unreasonable, I don't know. I mean, I'm not that different, it's just that my YouTube stuff is just VODs right now. There we go. Ow. Let's reduce that damage. It's not much, but it helped, I'd assume.
Hold on.
Now I'll show you.
Kill. How embarrassing, I lost a DPS race to Glamad, the tank, and Graha, the healer! There we are.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
No, you're just lucky I had to actually work it out on my own rather than looking up a guide because I can't look up a video on stream. I have to skip ahead to find out where it is. I should definitely go around here somewhere. Brace yourself. I think a big reason people DPS is even though that you can notice if they're having trouble, like a lot of problem, like if the enemy's not dying before enrage or a soft enrage, the DPS are the ones who should be responsible for that, but for some reason people like to look towards the healers and tanks instead immediately. I mean, yeah, they probably could be doing better, but at the same time, half the damn party's job is murder enemy. There we are. Huh, was that treasure coffer always here? Did it only show up when they all died? Because I might have just missed it, not paying attention. I mean, I missed that Gmod face character in the cabin factory a while ago. We've succeeded in transferring the soul stored to a spectral electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer we need fear erosion, which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood. Yet, despite this crucial breakthrough, Calyx is unsatisfied. He'd rather divorce memory from the soul, siphoning the soul's ether while granting eternal life to the memories. Unfettered with a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up, and the endless would be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was the very perspective needed to concise this very unique evolutionary plan. I guess the exact details are nice, but it does feel like it's reiterating what we already knew. His short lifespan and caused him to be very forceful.
Age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
I'll not die here. If only I could fight better. We'll go no further. For my people, for my family. And when the desperation. Then again, I guess the point. These are memories we already know about. Just he's just turning them against us. Sheesh, of course the paladin would be the annoying one. I admit I'm kind of split on when the game uses direct references. Like, Sphene is very clearly supposed to be a reference to Garnet from Final Fantasy IX, but she isn't supposed to be Garnet. Meanwhile, we have direct references, like how, in Endwalker we fought Zeromus. Not just someone based off Zeromus, just Zeromus. Here's the last boss. Fun.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
The immortal remains, memory meld, Dang, it almost looks like the Elden Beast from Elden Ring.
Rise and meet the foe before
Well,
you.
the Elden Beast fell before me, so shall this one.
An amalgam of memories.
Oopsie.
Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm, sir.
Unless you go too far, Calyx.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict.
Oopsie. I was a little late on that.
Just the scope and intensity.
Mementos. The immortal remains are gathering energy.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Memory of the pyre.
Light is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Memento. Ow.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
As I mentioned, Reapers have slightly high or physical resistance, but slightly less magic resistance. Oh, phew, that was barely there. Oopsie. That resets the whole thing. Yeah, tunnel visioned. The center of the battlefield, bear it together. Let's see here, the final boss here.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
happening.
The bombs rain down without pause.
I noticed that there's no ground marker for that. Luckily, he's so huge, it has a very clear... Ow.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Darn it, missed. Oh, I'm so glad I dodged that. Damn it, that's bad. Yeah, it's okay if Sphene uses it, as long as someone does. I'm glad I shielded that. That could have been very bad. My vulnerability's not gone yet. And the 3 stack is huge. I'm basically taking 30% more damage from everything. Nice of him to wait for my recharging. Ooh, gotta be careful not to go too far there. Ow. Well, it's only 1. There we are. Do 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 do. Mystic memory, Gaskin's offending. Damn you, Calyx, those are memories. We'll see this to the end. My countrymen, your memories will carry me onward. It's like pawns. Fear and terror. As hard as it is, we must move on. Final.
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Guess that means that's all he had left.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
Well, don't worry. I'll bring him...
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Sounds good. Seems like he tried to throw everything at us and it wasn't enough, so... We shall conveniently ignore that there are just enough allies here for a trial fight.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do.
Huh. All that, and he was so focused on not dying. He never thought what would happen once he achieves his ability to not die.
What other reason do I require?
Yeah, what... Well, what even do...
You have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
And you never even considered what to do once you succeeded, once you completed that goal? Not even maybe I should at least not even an outline.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
This time, Sphene got to have the fist pump.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
The summoning.
And it's likely not the corrupted version, the Ascians.
Now. What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
He's using proper summoning, proper creation magic, rather.
A Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Oh, that's why he needed to have the fear and...
Fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing.
So that's what... It was like when...
Allow me to introduce it to you.
It was like in Stormblood, when Asagi had brought all those crystals to summon Tsukiyomi. Only this time he's using the power of emotions, Dynamis.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back!
Robbed citizen.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
The person who was robbed may have actually been the lucky one here.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
I see. Sphene used all the technology Endless Sphene used the technology she could to create an artificial god to destroy death, that being Queen Eternal. Oh, but Calyx is doing a different one.
What's going on?
He's using the fear of death to do a creation spell to create a god to destroy through arcane means through Dynamis to create a god that would destroy death.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
I know this place. I could never forget.
What is that?
A primal summoning. and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
Right, he didn't use a primal. That's right, he didn't use the creation magic to create an existing god or something based off an existing template, just a vague concept.
Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
I'll admit, this is the first one that might actually pose a semblance of a challenge. I haven't had one of those in quite a while. I mean to win. The key will never be yours. Even if I lose, I still have a backup that I can simply destroy it, and he'd never have it.
Remains to be seen.
And he might have taken that outcome into possibility, but I suppose it's hard to gauge right off the top of one's head. Even the eyes are blocked. Necron. The Ageless Necropolis. During this quest and duty support, you have the opportunity to do with the party. Some of these allies' roles will differ from what you're normally able to select. Yeah, this is done entirely to make sure you can have the whole thing here. What is he saying? The fears of everyone in Alexandria gave birth to this horror? The summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold, like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. I don't care if that thing is a waking nightmare. Let's send it back to the darkness. As I feared, I was right to bring spare warding scales. Against the threat of a primal, must take advantage of every warrior we can field. An abundance of lightning could indeed obviate the need for crystals. I should like to know where Calyx came by this knowledge. So, 'tis a primal which embodies the concept of death and all terror. He has made manifest a troublesome foe, to be sure. It all finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages were not orchestrated solely to harvest the ether. They were intended to heighten the collective fear, and the primal manifested would be that much more powerful. Now the question is, do I want to do this as Reaper, my main, or do I want to do it as Gunbreaker? I have the ability to do both, so let's see. Let's see what the party here. Then again, I seem to do a lot better against Zeladiva when I was a tank. Now this is a good song, I must say. They've done a lot of really good remixes with this expansion. I don't think I didn't notice the Roses of May remix Translania that played. And again, my gear is pretty beat up. Yeah, I could take Grahar's place as a main tank here. But at the same time, my damage as Reaper might help push it, even if just through gear. What's the eye level requirement for this? Ageless Necropolis. 725, oh my. I actually cannot do it on Gunbreaker. The eye level's not high enough. Oh no, that's average item level. No, that's still minimum here, so yeah, I guess I have no choice but to do it on Reaper. It's the only one that reaches the requirements. Alright, well that's fine. Actually, let me check just to be... I think it will stop me. Let's see. Insufficient item level. Yep. Just barely too low. Granted, I could grab a few items that would bring me above it just fine because I do have tombstones on my person, but I'm going to take this as a sign that I meant to do this as Reaper. So let me just grab a sip of my drink, and we'll take on the final boss of the Dawn Trail storyline. Hello, Ty. Welcome. Yeah, I'm just agonizing over which job to fight as, only to realize, oh, yeah, Necron is. Yeah, I guess while I've got a moment here, Necron, I admit, was about as disappointing a fight as I had heard when I played through Final Fantasy IX on stream a while ago. Unfortunately, that was before I saved my VODs, so my initial impressions and all that are gone. And it's easy to see why. Now, I do have a friend where Necron is actually his favorite Final Fantasy final boss in the whole series, and that is great, but I couldn't get into it because while the game does explain that Necron is the world crystal corrupted by the despair that everyone in the plot falls to, the world having despair issues, most of that is explained through books and such rather than the main story, which is why so many people feel like he comes out of nowhere at the end. I do admit it's pretty neat that you can fight it with whoever you want, though, because apparently you can don't even have to use Zidane in the final boss fight if you don't feel like it, and that's kind of neat. I do appreciate when they give you plenty of options, especially with that, especially since Final Fantasy IX often has an issue of limiting who you can use at any given point in the story. No, because it's skipping Lore Classic. Well, to be fair, like I said, that's all in books in the library you have to go out of your way to find. It's not like they skipped a cutscene. No, they never discuss the World Crystal to any degree, so you might not even be aware that a World Crystal exists in the Final Fantasy IX universe. Although, on that note, it's kind of funny that Final Fantasy IX was designed to kind of be a tribute to the older Final Fantasy games. It has a lot of references to them, but now things are making reference to it because now it itself has become retro. Kind of funny how the cycle goes. In time, they'll be referencing this game as well, though I imagine they'll probably focus on Emmett and Endsinger for any crossover stuff. Maybe Gaius if they really want to stick to Realm Reborn stuff. Joining us, I made a plan to go on the Trust. I was planning to go on the Trust, simply because that way I can learn mechanics without people getting all upset that, oh crap, one of our main DPS is down. But yeah, I was going to do it as Gunbreaker, but like I said, the item level is straight up not high enough, 718. This requires 725, and only my Reaper reaches that. And boy, am I glad that I was able to reach that. Two patches worth of breaks is actually quite a bit, as it turns out. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink and we'll do this fight. That's appreciated. Don't worry. Do I actually have the ability to repair my own gear? Repair. Grade 8. I do not have any grade 8, but yes, I do in fact have the ability to repair everything on my own. I should probably start bringing some dark matter with me so I can self-repair on situations like this. It's not a huge deal, but it's a nice perk of having such high-level crafters, you know? Alright, here we go. Here we go. No alternate members available. Duty will commence with this party exactly. Me and Omni. Yeah, I've slowly been getting that as well since I've been catching up on a lot of the crafter gear that crafter stuff. I never touched it before, so the fact I'm doing it in the quest now means I have a lot to catch up on. Which is nice. That means there's a lot of content even when the game has a lull in it. Grasping Eternity, Necron. We have heard that there's been still an Ascians around, but it's already been confirmed.
Those who obstruct evolution
Here we go.
shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
By the way, you did see my Expedition 33 themed Gunbreaker outfit, right? Well, technically it's only on Gunbreaker, but anyone can wear it since it's a job agnostic. Everything is one of those all classes things.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. ways. There.
I gotta be sure not to tunnel vision too hard. Can't allow my damage to go down, but ow. Yeah, see, I was tunnel visioning there. Cold grip. I have to watch out for Grand Cross. That's Necron's ultimate, and there's no way they're not gonna have it.
You must see. Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Soul Reaping. Something tells me I shouldn't be in the middle there. Necron draws it in. Ether Blight. Ow.
Bothersome. Kill them.
Oh crap. I read that wrong completely.
Fear compounds fear.
Grand Cross, here we
eroding
go.
your strength.
Here comes his ultimate. Ugh, that hurt like hell.
I will reduce you to ether.
Willful. Oh, I see it. That's why I didn't die that one time. I get a two-time get out of death free card.
You will die for me now.
You're not Alice from Shin Megami Tensei. You don't get to say die for me. That's weird.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Darkness of eternity.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Right. It's not going to go off instantly. I should have realized. Oh well. The healers did their jobs and protected us. There's just going to be a cutscene here. Only a million Zelda asked me to die. Oh my. You've been dragged into the abyss. Certain death when the counter reaches 0. Interesting. They have... Luckily, being a DPS means I do get to kill things
Still
quickly.
alive. But there are ways to change that.
Bigger bastards than you have tried.
not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Season of Blight. Ow. Ugh, willful. Alright, I get a few moments to fix that. As soon as the limit break hits 3, I must use it, though. Sphene using it wouldn't be a bad thing, but Reaper's The End is huge.
There.
Here we go.
You struggle in vain.
The End.
Techniques of the royal family.
Techniques of the royal family.
Gloves are off.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Now I'll show you.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Oh, crap. Oopsie. That's bad. Right at the end, damn it. That's fine. Part of this whole thing is to practice.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Oh my, I must have died of something a bit earlier. Well, no problem, I'll just avoid it this time. Easy, I just have to not die and I'm in good shape. Oh, crap. Yeah. I remember what I said about Reapers having a bit lower magic defense. It's not a big deal, I can still take one hit before going down, but it's something to be wary of in terms of how many mistakes I can afford. And a lot of bosses love their magic.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them.
What the? Oh, damn it. Oh, I see. So that's the tell.
For the sun.
Memory of death. If I can just wait for these things to get off, the invulnerability stacks to go away, I should be in good shape.
Are you
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Crap, I just got it refreshed. I don't know how I survived that, but I did. Ugh. A free 30% extra damage to all of Necron's moves really adds up. Hey, you know what I said? You're not Alice. Oh, come on, really? Oh, come on, really? Well, at least I had enough time to get that reset.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Well, I've got more than enough time for that ultimate to do this, so... prepare another soul, so.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Excellent. Hold fast to reason, and we're being pulled down. Alright, here we go. I don't want to waste my buff in here when these enemies die so quickly to a DPS like me. You know, I have a moment. Let's get a third. Risky move, but I now have a nuke to use on demand. Grand Cross, the most chaotic boss ability, I was not straight up random here for it. Yeah.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Alright, it's gonna be the outer area, so it's gonna be inner here.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Oops, not high enough. That could have been bad. Oh right, I can't let my debuff drop.
Fight if you must.
Fight if you must. I gotta pay attention to drop my limit break 3.
You struggle in vain.
You underestimate me.
1 is outer.
Try this.
As the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Behold the techniques of the royal family!
Oh crap. Is that instant death? I think it's instant death. Oh no.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Well, they can fight without me just fine, I suppose. I don't have enough time to charge another one because of the Doom timer, so I'll have to just go in immediately. That hurt.
Reduce you to ether.
Oh wow, that's my first death the whole time.
Away with you!
Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Can't stop me anymore, buddy. You got my measure, well I got yours. And you have nothing left you can use against me. AoEs.
There.
There we go. My scythe has won through. There we go. One of our party members, excellent. We beat New Calyx, is truly the end of it. Something doesn't feel right. Sveen doesn't have anything to say, interesting. A primal, of all things, Calyx has nothing to throw. Now's our chance. We did it. My gear's taken a pretty good beating, but hey, this is what it's for. Yeah, given the dungeon was 7. Soul Reaping got that covered, indeed. Dang, given the dungeon was eye level 710, I didn't expect the trial to be a huge jump to 725. I'm lucky I was lucky I had nearly the top of the line gear from when I took a break, or I'd have had to end the stream early.
Now, the memory bank.
I suppose it would make sense he'd have a few defenses. However, they can't hold out forever. He used up everything for that summon.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Your primal summoning has failed.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
I see. He's plans to just resummon it until we lose. Well, it didn't work for Zeromus.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I see. He expected it might not be able to win, maybe even not even the first few times, so he's just going to have it get stronger and stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise.
What? Did I lose internet connection? No, it says the connection is, fine. Oh, what a time. Hema. Oh, the free weekend ended. That is a problem I can very easily fix. But that's weird. I thought it was a few... Never mind. That's fine. This is a problem with a very easy solution. The problem is, will it allow me to continue from where I left off, or will it skip the... Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I can just do the natural resub if all else fails. But my concern is mostly a case of, will I, I don't mind if I have to redo the cutscene from the start. It was a pretty good cutscene after all. But what I, don't know is, will it skip it? Because if I skip it, that is completely, unacceptable. But dang, talk about a dramatic time. Dang. You know what? I will give Calix props. He knew that there was no way, even if he just brought it back, I just continued killing and killing it, so the only way he could possibly stop is by ending my sub right then and there. He was an even bigger bastard than I thought if he's decided to attack my sub. Calix is a patron of the 100 things an evil overlord must do. Store page. The... It's not accepting my card. What the hell? What the fuck, Alex? Yeah, apparently he's that smart. If he knows, alright, I'll make sure her to end your sub now and decline your card. You can't stop me if you can't buy a subscription. Holy crap, he's the most evil mastermind we have yet. Unexpected error has occurred. Ah. Can I use this function? What? Yeah, I'm attempting to use the code. It might be that I need to have the sub for it to extend in the first place, but... I know, that's weird. Service account registration complete. Alright, there we are. Now... Wow. Alright, there we go. I'll look into that moment. For now, let's make sure that I've resubbed everything. Okay, yeah, it says service account activated. There we go, we're back. Whoops, not streaming end yet. There we are. Yeah, I'll let you know how it goes in a minute. For now, we need to continue this cutscene. Here we go, yeah, it's restarting the cutscene. Good. There. Dang. He's the smartest villain yet, making me decline my ending the sub and declining my card. Calyx, you're the most evil villain we have to face yet.
Now, the memory bank.
Alright. Yeah, usually this is what happens.
Shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Yeah, compared to Necron getting stronger and stronger, that's nothing compared to ending the sub and denying my card. That's truly brilliant.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But
I can probably skip the dialogue a bit. Alright, so we're going from Necron normal mode to Necron extreme. That's alright. Maybe this time I can get a Necron-themed weapon. I did mention I could use an upgrade.
You brought death to my create? What do you...
Oh, notice how it even has the regulator aura thingies on it. Yeah, I saw the strange eyes being blocked, but...
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Oh, so Shale gets a moment of glory.
Don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them?
We're all in a comatose state.
What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward?
If it's powered by fear, we remove it, or at least get down as much as we can.
Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
If their faith and prayer stop, then Necron loses its power source. Like any primal, it still needs be shaped and created by the people.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Yeah, you ain't getting past me, buddy.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
It's taking too long.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Necron's losing all of its power. I see, he just needs to buy enough time, but he knows it's not gonna...
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together!
Ooh, like the Chrono Trigger effect. Power up the weapon and strike it. Red Mage has so many stylish moves.
The others.
There's nothing that can protect you now. As a DPS job, my damage is going to be far higher than anything your defenses can offer. It truly was destiny. I had to do that fight as Reaper. Looks like he's finally gone. The first time, that was satisfying. The first time he ever showed any bit of emotion was when he knew it was finally over. No more contingencies. He had nothing left.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
There.
Thank you, Lamity.
Yeah. I mentioned that I'm glad the patch storyline has had a decent amount of mocap stuff and stuff like that that you can't have just with the in-engine cutscenes they had before is kind of nice. Let us bask in the victory for a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've had a moment to recuperate. Phew, 'tis good to be out of that terminal, but what of you? No injuries? Lingering ill effects? It's finally over. After dealing that last blow, I hadn't a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. I believe Calyx was working to transfer his memories at the end there, but he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. Yeah, I got the idea that he was trying to just get out of there, but as soon as Woklamat and Sphene destroyed the barrier, nothing could protect him from me. I finally gave him his final death. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, she will be fine. I've been in touch with Kana, and he's made arrangements to convey her home. By which he means to come and fetch her himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Woklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation's no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you all enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, as for where the primals are, where there are primals, the Astians are never far. Yeah. I believe it was mentioned in an interview that the Astians aren't all gone, but there's not going to be any big reveal of, oh, I was actually way more powerful than Emmett and the others all along. No, there's none of them like that. So if we see any others, they will have to pull some desperation to get enough power to reach that level. Then again, it's possible the Astians that help them are long gone as well. We did take out quite a few during Shadowbring's Endwalker, after all. And we must consider those who offered up prayers during the summoning ritual may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valkana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. We shall make up for the outskirts then. We can check on things before heading to Everkeep. I'll grab a sip of my drink while we're loading up. Ah, that's the last of the drink, huh? Well, I guess we're probably near the end anyways. We just have to wait for the last one. As soon as we reach the quest with the name of the patch, we'll be ready. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving, at the very least. Thank goodness, things are much calmer than I anticipated. I was able to speak with Shale and Arenville. I'll share news with everyone in just a moment. I've given Sphene an abridged explanation of their primals and their enthralling influence. Too much details would likely overwhelm her. Coda, everyone's been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seemed untouched by trouble, but what if something awful's happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Arenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. Just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this is due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted to the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report this seems to be proceeding largely in a peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of sorts. Graha Kryl, would you handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatments forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in the people you fought so on the people you fought so very hard to save? It might ease your mind to see the fruits of your labor firsthand. Thank you again. How fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Terminal invitation. You can now enter the Meso Terminal. I wonder. Is Sphene a trust now? Sadly, no. That's disappointing. I get why, but it would have been nice. Yeah, like I said, I kind of wish they'd add on to this a bit more. Like, I get it breaks lore a bit, but having ones added to the story, just adding to our trust count by doing major quests would be quite nice. Like, a main story might add character like how the end of Shadowbringers got Estinian added. Maybe we could continue on, like maybe add Gaia as an option if you complete the Shadowbringers raids. Heck, maybe go with the here, yeah. Oh, Sphene wishes to check on the state of the outskirts. Mayhap I'll take you up on your suggestion. I'm just concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Why not speak with Mausa? She works fields at Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see Wall before the clash, she'll surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I shall do that. Thank you, Kryl. Do-do-do. Arenville and Shale were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. Sphene's identity will not remain a secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of the people through the kingdom. So this is the place where she works. Back in Resolution, she seemed almost interested to learn about me, yet I'd be glad to learn much more about them as well. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word of you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all sorts of acting strange at the same time, though. Pepuan was among them. I'm told the authorities are tending him to a medical facility. You needn't worry. With proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. Luckily, none of them had an advanced, enthralling situation, so I am glad to hear that. I'd like not to lose any more friends if that could be helped. I'd also like to hear that Queen Sphene, who would try to entice us into becoming endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys upon people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to us each now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me and for everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without the others, and the outskirts all need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might help to heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use these porxies. The knowledge would come in handy for treating the Levin sickness as well. And Alizé was the one who discovered that cure. She may be brash and hot-headed, but there's no denying she is genuinely brilliant. Wonderful. I shall petition Gasson to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Coda, Alphino told me that Kana's arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliolol. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Erenvale. If you ask Tapu, I believe the name was, she should be able to point you in the correct direction. Sphene, tear down this wall. Phew. I do like the Patch storyline, in even more so than the main game, in fact, which I guess kind of reminds me of Stormblood, hilariously. Then again, we're also getting a Monster Hunter collab just like in Stormblood, so I guess Delandriel really is Stormblood 2.0. And like with, I'm pretty sure the injury to Woklama specifically so that her role in the story ends and we move on to preparing for the next expansion, which makes sense. But this also, again, this reflects what happened in Stormblood, because Lisa was a heavy main focus, including the very annoying bit of taking credit for stuff we did. And she was also rather essential to the story until the Stormblood story finally ended in the .3 patch. Overall, I would definitely say I've been left with a lot of mixed feelings on the expansion, but it's not the worst one because I still think Stormblood left me with a bad taste in my mouth, of purely talking for the story, of course. For gameplay, I think people are more harsh on it than it really needs to be, because a lot of those meters and stuff are essential. Like, if you played during Heaven's Ward, stop this if this sounds familiar, a DPS with a 30-second dot, a second dot, a damage buff you needed to keep sustained in order to keep up your damage. And unfortunately, it's not just this expansion or newer expansions where homogenizing of jobs happen. It's unfortunately been an issue for a while. And a lot of people are letting nostalgia get to them, I think, because it's very easy to forget things that didn't matter. Like, a lot of people like to point out, we missed the trash mobs in raids because they were well-liked, they just wanted them to be more meaningful. No, I was there during Sword and Realm Reborn. Nobody liked the trash mobs and found them a waste of time. I'm sure opinions change now, but that's usually how it's gonna go. Everyone's gonna look, when you look back, it's very easy to overlook the flaws. Doesn't only see the good stuff, or not appreciate something until it's gone. I am a weirdo who would say that the Endwalker is still my favorite expansion. Granted, I will openly admit that the Patch storyline is complete filler. But the launch story itself was a very exciting conclusion that made use of as much as they possibly could. They did try their best to make it a victory lap of sorts, but I think it worked well. While unlike in the Patch storyline, which didn't feel, which they did do another victory lap, but didn't feel quite as much. I also do like the content it added, because I've enjoyed a lot of this content there. It's just that, well, I do agree with the common criticism about Endwalker. The content was great, but the rewards were kind of eh. Don't get me wrong, a mountain minion for doing all that hard work is perfectly legitimate, but feels like there's something missing, I guess. Although I do think that in this expansion, the Chaotic Raid having the big mount reward, something you can actually sell, was a good step in the right direction, because that gives people a reason to farm it, and gives people who don't want to do it, but with more money than sense, the ability to still obtain it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I said, I still hold Endwalker as my absolute favorite, and I know most aren't going to defend that, and I get it, especially because the expansions, the patches to the expansion were largely a filler, an unrelated filler storyline. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure we'll go back to the 13th and see that crew again, but like with the Warriors of Darkness back in Heaven's Ward, I'm pretty sure they don't have any specific plans right now to bring them back. It's just something that, oh, we left this unresolved, we could potentially go back to that if we want. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they planned the whole thing as far back, despite what some would say. But then again, I said the same thing about FGO, and people tell me, no, so totally planned that even back in part 1. Sometimes it feels like people say jokes of the deep. This lore is more than just a meme. But, yeah, they're just gonna be flying by their seat of their pants sometimes. Some stuff works, sometimes stuff doesn't, but a lot of time also changes your outlooks. I mean, Eureka from Stormblood and Bozja from Shadowbringers were 100% hated on release. While some people liked it, they were extremely divisive, but 2 years later, and even to now, if you ask someone their opinion, they're going to say, oh yeah, that's peak content. So I'm pretty sure that's going to happen to Occult Crescent, which I still need to do, by the way. And it's also why people hated the trash mobs and raids before, but are now coming around and saying we'd like to have them back. Hopefully they can make it a bit more meaningful if they do, though. Although I suppose respecting the mechanics is the name of the game here in general. Like, this is a game where her boss fights and stuff are the mechanics, and respecting them while still doing your damage is the whole thing. If you don't like that, I don't think that would change, even if it was in its peak form, or whatever your mental image of that might be. Ooh. Alright, Tapu. I know that voice. I'm happy to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your return. Looking for Galuljaw, are you? He was here, asking if you needed help with anything, or if we noticed anyone acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we're fine, and he insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he'll heed my advice. He ran off towards old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. He's going back to where he met Otis. Memories. Yeah, I do know one friend who's playing through the game. His favorite Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy IX, so I guarantee you Dawn Trail is going to be his favorite for that reason, even if, regardless of absolutely anything else, that alone. I mean, having Necron here is definitely going to be, like I said, Necron is actually his favorite final boss in the whole series. I don't know what he sees in Necron, but it's his opinion, I guess, because I can't really argue for or against that. That's just his thoughts. So yeah, he's probably going to love it if and when he ever makes it to this point. And he doesn't interact with the fan base much at all, so good news is he should avoid spoilers. Although even up to here, I'm sure he'll be very happy to learn, hey, after 25 years, we finally get to actually beat Beatrix. Which is still my least favorite fight, because I'm kind of iffy on scripted losses. I get they have their place, I'm not bothered by that, but the Beatrix fight you actually can game over if you lose to her too early. You have to specifically survive long enough for her to use her party wipe attack, which I found stupid because you're supposed to lose anyway. And it's not like she gives voice lines to give out important information or anything. It's just survive X turns. FF9's also a personal favorite creator, so he's got good taste. Before 9 came out, his creator was 5, which is also the last one he directed. 5 is kind of up there with 8 in that it gets overlooked, especially because it's sandwiched between two big fan favorites. I mean, 4 and 6, as well as 7 and 9, are all among the most popular Final Fantasies even to this day. Yeah. So, especially since most count the MMOs 11 and 14 separately as their own thing, which I can understand. So, being stuck as the middle child between those is kind of rough. But still, they have their dedicated fans, and there's plenty of reasons to like them over others, since they have their own unique bits to them. My favorite, I'm one of those people whose absolute favorites will change based on mood here. That's why I hesitate to even do top countdowns, but then again, people like countdowns, and that's good content, so I figure, you know, that's why I do the yearly countdowns. Right, Aaronville. Coda, came in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it's good to see you. Alice gave us the broad strokes, and Kana had some choice words as well. It's 7.3, so not a spoiler. Canonically existed before the storm surge. Existed. If there weren't rat people, I'm going to riot. Aren't Burmesians. Yeah. Well, who knows what's possible. Well, the devs have claimed that the Hroth and Vera are the final ones they plan to add, but things can and do change all the time. Burmesians playable would be quite nice, but we'll have to see. Yeah, I guess. Then again, I guess they could show up out of here. I mean, the Pelu Pelu are from Final Fantasy X, and I do genuinely like Final Fantasy X, so I don't know how I didn't recognize them when I first went through the expansion. You can even go through my VODs from way back then, because I still have those, and I'm all, oh, those are kind of neat, so they're like Lullafels. For some reason, it didn't dawn on me until afterward. Wait a minute, those are Final Fantasy X, and it only really landed when the reputation quest came, because their inn is the same one from 10, just without the save point, which is a shame. I guess I'll have to put my own there. Last check said he'd done the game before adding another playable race. We could still get another one. Restoration.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah. Yoshi P says a lot of things, though. Just be aware. I mean, he said they planned to revamp Dragoon for Dawn Trail, but all they did was remove one thing, and basically, and the rotation's pretty much the same. So be sure to take it with salt. So, but yeah, I wouldn't expect a new one, but they could at least get a reputation quest.
Hasn't it?
Been a trial, hasn't?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Oh, that's good. Sometimes even I do things to keep up a good face, even the hands of things, like complaining that I'm excited to Kron to beat a challenge. Yeah, it's true that he was perfectly set up to be one, but it's a job to do, you know? Then again, my mentality does seem to, sometimes my mentality, I notice, changes based on what job I'm playing. Like the ending of Endwalker, I just saw the fight after Endsinger as, I guess it's just another job to do. But if I was like Dark Knight or Gunbreaker, I'd be all, you know what, this is it. I'm just ending the stupidity right here and now. I'm sorry, I just don't like him. Here we are from Khan. Oh, right. It's a voice scene.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority.
I'd say that's your dad's problem more than anything. He's the one who settled you with all that debt and responsibility upon his death after neglecting you.
More people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
It's not just physical strength either. Shale was absolutely essential. If it wasn't for her making that broadcast...
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Oh, what is it, buddy? Otis.
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Ooh, we should have Galul Jaws as our next trust.
That's a big commitment.
Not like his time skip adult form, just him as he is now, but with a big-ass sword.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
Well, that's good. You can be both a tank and DPS. Good to have that versatility.
That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Galulcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Like with your grandpa? I look forward to it. Only this time, I'll be the grandpa. Alter ego. Yeah. Yet to lift a blade, he wants to spar already. He's Galul Jaja's grandson, alright. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it a step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking meals like Otis taught me. And keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard. I'm sure a good meal will be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. Or about the back room. If you haven't already, I expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. I don't need to waive the fee here. You know, I should probably repair all my stuff before it becomes a problem. I don't want to accidentally forget, then queue up for something after the stream and oh, my gear broke. There, wow, that was expensive. Well, I did die a lot. Oh yeah, how's the Necron gear look while I'm here? Let's see here, Ageless Bayonet, so that'll be this one here. Not bad, not bad. Where's the Ageless War Scythe? Here we are. Ooh, not bad. I should pay attention for when they have the Endsinger crafted gear, though. The Endsinger Scythe looked pretty nice. As did the Heidelin one, for that matter. Oops, this is not the way I wanted to go. Okay, I could also go completely the wrong way somehow. I don't know how I get lost. Look how tiny this area is. How am I getting lost? I guess they do look kind of the same. In the back room, yeah. If you meet the entity, give him a fist bump for me. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with Oblivion friends before we delve into serious matters with city officials. Oh, Coda. Oh, thank the stars are safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. Shale visibly relieved at your safe return. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through so much these past few days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Ashua and Geode would have been happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government's tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Heh. Sorry, I can't help with that. The preservation facility, the lab where they studied the key, certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they failed to explain his knowledge of primal summoning. Yeah, it's easy for a program to be able to do it, because at the end of the day, a program performs very specific functions in a very specific order, which is also how rituals work. It's how the original Digital Devil story happens, since computer nerd Nakajima was bullied for being a pretty boy, so he decided to use his knowledge of computers to make a demon summoning ritual to make a pact with Loki. It's the story that started the entire Shin Megami Tensei franchise, although I suppose the fact I use the phrase make a pact with Loki probably is all you need to know that everything goes to shit when that happens. I fear he and his hunger for interdimensional travel are only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with the city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Raha to answer the barrage of questions alone. I shall return to my work as well. My first job was to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we cover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's likely to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. And ambitious plans aside, you've earned a rest, don't you think? Our break room is yours to bunk for as long as you like. Say the word and we'll help you settle in. I wonder if we'll have this Geralt do anything. He's apparently not used at all for the relics in expansion. Made it back with their bits intact, and I knew you was one to watch the moment I set eyes on you. As for me, there's all sorts of restoration work. Won't we get a proper snooze before we'll be able to search our foreseeable future, I reckon. Ah. Then again, it wasn't. No, the one in Shadowbringers. Yeah, the Geralt alternate form in Shadowbringers did get used for the crafting relics, if I remember right, though not the combat ones. Ready for a cotton fluffy pillow? There's likely to be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back rooms and watch over proceedings. While away the days. Sounds good to me. Doop boo. Several weeks later. Oh my. I guess it would make... Honestly, even several weeks is a generous time for things to be getting back to normal. Oh dear. Well, the longest explicit one, anyways.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Longest time skipping the game so far. Well, longest explicit one anyway. Yeah. I do remember old MMOs where they did sometimes have, okay, this quest, it'll take us a day to get a response to something here, and you actually do have to wait an actual day before they get a response. But, yeah, most don't use those anymore. Some will say it's more immersive, others will say that's a very blatant time gate.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
I still remember when they first revealed that letter, people were editing it into a Smash Brothers as an invitation.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Feel some implication that weeks or even months tend to pass
Where
between
was
each
I?
expansion.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, there's definitely is a decent time skip even between patches, if we're honest. It's just
The
indeterminate.
chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
There we are. Yeah, there's a reason even a lot of the patches say you've earned a bit of rest.
The investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Ah, interesting.
Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability.
Interesting.
When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants.
That'd be a lot of memories to flood back
This
at once.
reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
What's Sphene gonna do? Is she gonna stay? Is she gonna come with us? $10, wouldn't it? 15 since 1.0, not 2.0.
Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I don't know if I'd believe you if you told me that between 2.1 and 7.3 is supposed to be 15 years, same as IRL time. Yeah, it's definitely not the same as IRL time. I mean, there is definitely a break. That's why, like I said, that's why even the patches say, I think you've been pretty busy lately. I think you've earned some rest, because there is indeed supposed to be an implication of taking a break, be it doing one of the other side quests or whatever. Yeah.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sphene, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Yes! Be safe! We'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
The train we worked so hard to upgrade. I'm also upgrading it through the custom deliveries.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
We didn't do much in this area too much now that I think about it, although I guess it is nice that Shalawani was the one place we visited because our character wanted to go there, not because the plot forced us to go there.
The winds of change are fickle, a sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
So if I want one thing for Reaper come the next expansion, is that they remove the limit for attacks during the limited number of attacks during Enshroud. That way there's actually some value in attack speed to see if you can get just one more before needing to start the finisher. The big bridge. There's even a battle gonna be on it. I've seen people joking refer to it as Texas, but I've been there. It felt more like something like Arizona or Nevada. No, it was Nevada, yeah.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
But well, there's been a lot of fun in the what was it? The 24-player raid? Yeah, the Final Fantasy 11 tribute one. I'll be streaming that one as well sometime soon. Not immediately, because I have the multiplayer streams coming up with my buddies, but like I said, the nice thing about having taken such a break is there's a lot of content I get to come back to.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
That is such a brother thing to say.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Yeah, it's a brother thing. It's always gonna feel like it's a much bigger deal. It's a shame we don't see much of Kana, but yeah, he is the type to go all in on his feelings on stuff like that.
Greetings. What a rare pleasure this is. Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's a little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become.
Yeah. I'm highly amused that they made Bakul the Vegeta of the storyline, and somehow the devs were surprised he wound up popular. I'm sorry, have you met the Vegeta type character?
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Oh, it's empty. Well, it's probably going to be ending soon in a bit. Wow, 5.5 hours. Holy balls, how'd I go that long? Well, I guess I did have to redo the dungeon a bunch of times. That probably didn't help. And also, I lost at least half an hour to 15 minutes, half an hour for that. Hell. Because the villain decided, alright, I'll attack your sub.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought we'd have a quest where we'd restore a living memory for another and use it for something else, but I guess one of the reputation quests could.
Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience.
Evidently so.
Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day.
Yeah, that's kind of the disappointing part about something amazing. Yeah, that's kind of the disappointing part. If it happens too often, it becomes normal.
Life is an accumulation of such things. Both the happy times and the sad.
I mean, that can't... I do know there's another reputation quest I haven't unlocked yet. I will be doing that eventually, but I'm still behind on a lot of those. More importantly, however... I lost my train of thought. Well, yeah, like I said, even if it takes place here, it's impossible to have living memory completely restored for this point. And I know that because people keep complaining that living memory is not being used for anything important.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration.
I guess it makes sense. When people get turned
The
into...
first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course.
Yeah, that's probably what we need to avoid.
Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
So they have to be activated at the same time.
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but Would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
Probably not, but he's going to anyway.
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates.
That's what brothers do.
Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
Of course, they're transactional.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You know, this does remind me, I was asked why I seem to...
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
I was asked why I
Very
seem
well
to
then.
have some
I
level
leave
of...
these tasks in your capable hands.
Is this something I'm going to be doing manually, or is it going to be continued cutscene? Wait, I guess it makes sense that the memories would not be erased, because if they were, then when the people themselves would get turned to Endless, it would be fine. It would be difficult to get all those memories back. The whole point is they're supposed to meet each other again in the living memory, in the afterlife, after all. Though I was asked why I seem to have some level of empathy for the Dark World in Deltarune, but not for the Endless here. Well, first of all, I won't say I had no empathy here. I think the big difference, though, is the Dark World doesn't cause harm by existing itself. It's the Dark Fountains that does it.
Begin.
Meanwhile, the Strayborough Deadwalk dungeon made it clear that even just letting the terminals stay on until the batteries run out naturally, that doesn't work. That's not going to work. Alright, power them all up for a bit. And not create Endless this time. Everything looks so, interesting, it looks so dead without it. Ah, here. Is it gonna restore? Or is this just to get the memories back? Ah, there we are. No Endless this time though, right? Okay, yeah. They tried to make an artificial afterlife, but it just ended up being a tacky theme park.
No more than a trick of the light.
I mean, that's kind of it, yeah. The point of Electrope is they can make illusions like this, but in reality it looks exactly as it did with the Dead. It's that black world with nothing in there.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward.
Incidentally, you can also restore it by doing...
to our memories of sorrow and of grief.
Look like this if you choose to visit it. Persistence has in fact changed. Well, to be fair, you could also fix this as well just by going New Game Plus.
We might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nicer, but it's still empty is the thing. just enemies here you'll have to fight again. But it's certainly no coincidence you're going to be unlocking flight after shutting it all down.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Yeah, like I said, it looks nicer, but remember, there's nobody here anymore. It's still a dead world with just a few robots running maintenance on it. All those memories, painful memories flooding back at once is definitely going to be extremely impactful.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
No one goes near me.
Soft golden light. The memories of the lost returned.
Yeah, plenty of people, you just have to go with Heaven's Ward or Stormblood or something, and then living memories restored, even with, and there's actually people there again.
Never again to be surrendered.
Because you don't forget, when we first arrive at Living Memory, it's not just that it looks like an actual theme park and city and such. There's actually people there you can interact with.
By all you have done in service to our nation, on behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
He wants her to become queen again?
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please, live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do. Let the voices of the past be your guide.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Galulja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become a Queen of Reason. He'll be delighted to hear that she's accepted the role. The great nation is set to become an even greater one. How fortunate we are to witness this turning point in history. Were these blocks here, or were they completely hidden? Because I could swear they were completely hidden before. Definitely looks a lot nicer, yeah, but like I said, still an empty area. The new Alexandrian queen has risen. 'Tis an occasion and worthy of a grand celebration. So Sphene intent is to sit on the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but the citizens have made their feelings known. We shall walk this difficult road together, as Vow has assured us. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Kodo. Well, Clement is right. Ours is not an easy road, but with your words lending me strength, I shall take a step at a time. And Tuliol will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kana's nose this time. The vows shall both come, and we shall discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin with our journey home, then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would appear to offer aid. I'm really getting tired, apparently. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamot to Tuliolol. What are your plans, Koda? Didn't you have other matters you attend to? No. You need to stop by the palace first. Kana's been waiting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Wait, what am I teleporting with money for? Yeah, I do like Tuliolol as a hub city for the expansion because it's directly connected to 4 out of the 6 areas. So by having my main one here, I can basically go there go to almost any area I need to based on quest or story requirements. So it's pretty nice. That said, in terms of actual convenience, it's not as good as Old Charlian, which has basically every major area right next to this starting aetheryte. The repairs, the market board, The bell, all of it's right there. Memory restoration went well, I am told. Coda, no one told me you were coming. How long has it been since I've last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training shall begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolol for a while. Tomorrow's Might's one of the best daytime theme. Clarinet. Ah. We believe you, Gulalja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason's out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamati, you're supposed to be convalescing in bed. Would you like... So, you would study the blade, Galulja. Oh, is that not allowed? I'll permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in presence of grown-ups. Oh, yes, Khan, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already has their memories back? Not everyone. So that was it. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It turned out for the best. The former queen did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way of life and legacy for her rule. You'll be heading back, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend I fully understand the workings of the key or reflections. I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. Nor fulfilled my promise to the endless Sphene. Thank you, Coda, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come visit us again. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary arrangements, I'll embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days to be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolol, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved in the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Coda. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly, and it's all because of those amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me they're stronger tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so when that day comes, I'll study and train the best that I can. You've really come far, good little Jaw, and you'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Whatever burdens I must carry, I will, and I'll be stronger for it. You just watch. I intend to make a formal diplomatic visit to Alexandria in the near future, and express my gratitude to those who watched over. I won't just vanish over the horizon, I promise you. I'll let you know before I leave on my journey. I'll visit Shale and everyone as often as I can. There's still so much I want to learn from them. Yeah, Wilclamont care. Yeah, I can understand why Wilclamont's so divisive. Honestly, I think the main thing above all else is just how much the main story revolves completely around her, to the point that even the other characters don't get much room to breathe. As mentioned, the Patch storyline's been a lot better, and I think that's because it also keeps her as a main character while also giving the others some time to breathe. If the main storyline had been written as like the Patch storyline, I think it would have gone over significantly better. Although I suppose, once again, the same could be said of Stormblood, because the opinions of that expansion also largely went up during the Patch storyline, especially with Asahi and such. Another villain we sadly didn't get to enjoy too much. And no, I don't count Fan Daniel. That's just him using Asahi as a meat puppet. That's not the same. That's not Asahi. There's still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I'm sure I'd restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is I'm not sure if I'm even ready. I'm sure we'll make it a gradual process. Give everyone they need time to prepare, myself included. I hear Galuljaw's packed his bags and left the train. Oh, I suppose you already saw him while you were there, huh? When did Aaronville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on a far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. I'll need to give a full account of what's happened here to Thancred and the others. Estinian may prove difficult to track down, however. Yeah, Estinian, I actually think, made sense. He was basically on his own adventure while we were doing this, and he happened to stop by to say hello and help us slay an enemy before going back to his own thing, so... yeah. That said, it does feel like most of the Scions didn't actually have much to do. Like, it felt like Alphino and Alisei were really... Well, I guess Alisei was important for the cure. Although I guess Ishtola could have done that too. Ishtola? Yeah, actually, I guess thinking about it, even the Patch storyline gave more of a reason for each of the Scions to be here. Since each of them's, Ishtola's needed for the key research, Alisei was needed for the cure, Alphino is joined with her at the hip. Best hope we don't mind me just checking the scoreboard. Maybe you get lost. I was naming it. Asahi was infuriating in the best way. Yeah. I feel like Calyx almost got to that point. I almost would love him for being the emotionless bastard that he is, but like I said, I just feel like we didn't get enough of him the whole time. I guess it also doesn't help that he was only barely hinted at in the main story and the .1 patch. He only properly shows up in .2. Granted, Asahi also had that thing, but Asahi also had a lot more time to appear since I think it might have been he showed up in the .2 patch. He did not show up in .1 at all, although they did discuss stuff there. Yeah. I guess I can't give the exact specifics while A, I'm half asleep, and B, I'm not one of those people who's really good at giving their full first impressions after. I'm one of those people where their thoughts have to settle. But yeah, I feel like Calyx was so close. I mean, like I said, having him the first time he ever showed any form of motion being that terror when he realized that he's not going to be able to escape in time, was extremely satisfying. Yeah, and it also was nice to have the team and working together with the players specifically to finish him off rather than just all that, yeah. And yeah, I get the whole reason for the Wook thing was because people died during the second phase of Endsinger, and I guess they didn't want that. And I will definitely give credit. Like I said, a lot of the dungeons and bosses for Dawn Trail have actually made me have to put forth effort. I can't go through them half asleep like I had been doing for Endwalker. Endwalker was great in that it felt like the dungeon bosses were actually relevant fights rather than just filler, which unfortunately dungeon bosses feel like. However, the Dawn Trail dungeon bosses have actually made me retry. Like as you saw here, I had to redo, even last time with the 2.2 patch, I had to redo the fight several times before I finally got the mechanics down. And that was pretty nice to have to go through. Oh, Kota, you're here. We were just discussing what's to be done after the coronation. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will cause some consternation. It may smooth over introductions where the Scions will provide an explanation for its arrival on the source. Yeah. Rest assured, Sphene, Etheria's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. Once again, I'm in your debt. I dread to imagine what it might have come to pass if you hadn't come to our aid. I also had other news. Those who participate in the memory restoration have expressed desire to hold the funerary service. Rather than suppress the grief, they'd embrace it, creating their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. I've yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service at the highest level of Everkeeps. Ever since my time, we believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds, after all. Oh, I think that's a lovely idea. Their traditions are coming back, restoring things that were lost. I'm glad you agree. Some have yet to receive the requested memories, however, so we shall wait until the initial wave of restoration is complete before continuing. After so long distancing themselves from the reality of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they are doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture the memory as perfectly as data in a file. But that precious recollection we do keep will guide and sustain us to fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Title drop. You've got busy days ahead of your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in where needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my tour of our city after I woke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part and thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I shall remain. Should you ever need my aid, pray do not hesitate to ask. Good to have friends in high places. A few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and no shortage of mysteries to which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. And that's the end of Dawn Trail. The next two patches will be setting up for whatever the next one is, which most speculate to be we will use the key to travel to other reflections. We may not do it right away, but the fact that the story has been focusing on it so heavily implies we will be using it. Oh my. Oh no, it's missing no. Get out of here. Ah, so he did complete it. I guess we'll be seeing a bit more of him.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time...
Mercity. Yeah, Mercity is one of the most populated ones. Some will say that nobody asked for Tyrol, nobody cared about it, but no, Tyrol was also requested. There's been quite a... Even before Endwalker, Thavnair was an expansion people wanted. It was too small for a full one, obviously. But they still managed to give some decent room and make it feel like a good place there.
Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
So there is still an Ascian who remains.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our Winterer peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer? Yeah, that's the thing. He may be alive. I may not have given his final death, but that's the thing. Even just the vision of my face caused him to give emotion. If none shall know eternity, then what waits for those who hold the key? In memoriam. I wonder what Otis's would think about me becoming queen as Alexandria is now. Doubtless they'd be pleased, yet knowing them beset by worry. As their memory lives on, so I shall strive to rule as advised, with a calm heart and open mind to counsel. I'm most curious to see how Alexandria is welcomed among the broader stage of nations. As a heretofore unknown, technology-advanced country, I expect it'll be met with considerable wariness. I'll do my humble best to ease the tension. We've compiled a summary of events and submitted them to Ojika. As representatives of students of Baldessian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. In less official matters, I'm glad to see Kryle find a satisfying end to her personal journey. Yeah, I still hate how Kryle was shafted so hard this expansion. She was barely in it, despite being one of the main characters. I mean, Kryle's been around since at least Heaven's Ward, if I remember right, so... She has been... Or was it Stormblood? Either way, she's been around for quite some time, but we never really delved into any of her story aside from the Eureka storyline, and that was an optional one that a lot of people skipped because, you know, like I said, Eureka was highly disliked on release, and then 2 years later became peak content. So basically, we never got anything with her. And now we spent the chance to do so on other things. Her appetite for questions has only been sharpened. The Alexanders adopted our techniques so quickly they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. You'd be surprised at how many Porksy practitioners we've trained. Angelo, too, has been rather proud of his efforts. It's time we begin a thorough investigation of the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling on your help in the endeavor before all is said and done. On a personal note, we'd also like to learn more of the Milala. The lore of the Forgotten People will be indispensable in furthering my research. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summoning and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be impossible, so we had to have had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully some hint is found among the remnants. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all knew an Ascian was behind it when he demonstrated knowledge that only the Ascians would know of. It also means it's the corrupted form. It's not the pure form that I thought it might be. Although he might be aware of it and simply not care, because as we've seen, Calyx doesn't really do anything if it doesn't care about anything if it doesn't immediate benefit. If the drawback doesn't affect him, he's not gonna do anything about it. Now, the fact that he survived does make me wonder how they're going to utilize him, because he could easily become another fan favorite, or he could be wasted, because I don't care what anyone says, I don't like Xenos. His Stormblood, he worked perfectly fine as a villain, I will agree there, but after that, he feels like Golden Frieza and Black Frieza. They just keep bringing him back because he's the most popular and marketable face. So, I'd rather him not become another one of those. Although I suppose if we go to another reflection, I also can't count out the fact we could see yet another Xenos. I suppose we've gotten Golden Frieza Xenos, so now we're gonna get Black Frieza Xenos. Maybe even Platinum Frieza Xenos. I'm sure some people will be really happy to see him again, but I am absolutely not among them. But I suppose it'd be best that I leave it for tonight because I am exhausted and this went way, way longer than I was expecting. 6 hours, holy crap, that's about as long as it took from the Pathfinder Kingmaker streams. Oh well. That's it for the story content. And, I'll probably be back with more Arcadian and the 24-player raids at some point in the future, but we'll do anything. Xenos Gold Galvus, indeed. Alright. Until next time, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.